Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, and you're listening to TMA on 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and you are welcome to partake in the program by watching it on the TMA STL channel on YouTube. Doug friends gather, and they talk it over about the program, and it's called the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat here on the morning after. Today's Stiefel Dossier will feature John Kelly coming up here in about an hour. Martin, logistics-wise, you think he is in the gateway to the West?
Yes, back home.
Wow. You moved your chips all in. You didn't even hesitate.
Had Joey Vitale on the TV show last night, so it's a 10:30 show, so we kind of workshopped it ahead of time. Said you'll be in the hallway getting ready for the bus. Game went so fast. At 10:10, he said, about to roll. So I had to record.
Getting on the bus and heading to the Winnipeg airport.
Yeah, they were moving quick. That game went fast. So, yes, back in the STL.
So we'll talk about the Blues' loss last night to Winnipeg with John Kelly on the Stiefel Dossier, and with you, our friends, calling in, texting in, emailing in, and chatting in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, where friends have gathered And I see messages have already been retracted, Doug. I don't know what that means.
What?
Statement, Matt Johnson retracted his statement. That's the first thing that I saw when I went in there. But John Scores is in there, along with Jake Reynolds, MD 2020, and DMLI Swansea Campus is in there. So they're talking about it, and they're not happy about it. Doug, will you be any good to us today?
No, let these guys talk, because I'm not going to be real chatty. I'm just not going to be much good to you after a Blues loss and yet another Cardinal loss. I can't just bounce back like I once did.
So
why don't you guys take this show and kind of make it your own? And I'll just sit here.
The Zurich Classic this weekend, fun team format. Huh?
Let's just sit here and pout a little bit. I don't like the way things are going, Tim.
Well, let's talk some ball. Cardinals. These boys are playing good. Good ball.
They're not playing good.
They're playing a different kind of ball. Scrappy ball. Viva la Cards.
Doug, the Blues lose 2-1 last night. That Kyle Connor seems to find open looks in the third period.
He sure does. And it seems like Scheifele never leaves the ice. It seems like he's always out there. He's in the middle of every scrum, every
Sometimes he's in
shot.
the Blues crease.
Yes. He's really getting on my nerves.
Good. That's a series.
Okay.
When you start to hate the other team just a little bit.
Mike Ricci.
With the hair.
That's right.
Looks like he needed a shower always.
Shot at the Italian community. Wow, your
Well,
thoughts, 314-974-0101. Chairman Kurt will take your calls on the Collier and Thompson phone lines.
It's just hard to score on this Winnipeg bunch.
Yeah, well, that's what they did throughout the course of the season, and that is what they are doing so far in this playoff series. The Blues not doing a whole lot 5-on-5. They got another power play goal last night, and then that power play really looked rough when they were getting opportunities late, and they even got one that I think was quite lovely, the roughing penalty on Luke Shen. Certainly questionable. The blow-up hit on Jordan Kyrou looked like it impacted his manner the remainder of the game.
His whole family felt that one.
You think so? Mm-hmm. Logan Stanley got him.
Yep.
Then he got comfortable and just started cross-checking like the Dickens. Is that what you call it? Cross-checking like the Dickens?
Uh-huh.
Here, let me get away with one. Let me get away with two.
Just keep doing
Let
it.
me get away with three. Robert Thomas, our regular guest on the program through last week, I heard Joey Vitale on the Curbside podcast, which Martin and I are loyal listeners following a Blues game of, saying he doesn't think he's right from the Utah game last Tuesday. He didn't have a great game. And while it was a 2-1 game, and I kind of feel like if you're holding out hope, that's what you're focusing on, that these games have been tied going into the third period, and the Blues have had an opportunity that without Jordan Binnington having some absurd saves, this thing was never as close as the score would indicate.
They had some really good chances there real early in the first period.
Dominated the first 5 minutes.
They came out with their hair on fire there and could have had a couple, with just another little bounce of the puck. A little more puck luck. Could have had a couple. And then you had to figure that pace wouldn't last too long. One of the most disappointing things for me personally is to come in here this morning and hear Chairman Kurt say he didn't see the Snuggerud goal because he switched the channel to Monday Night Raw. Now that hurt. That
kind of lets the
like
whole
hold them
city
accountable.
down.
Yeah.
Wow. I thought in that first
missed
5
it.
minutes they're going to score, didn't you?
I did.
The way
Yeah, they
they
looked
were-
fantastic. I thought, wow. Here we go. Here we go.
And there wasn't a whistle for over 5 minutes.
Yeah. Part of the reason why Joey Vitale had to leave so early.
Yeah, it was flying.
The
Game
team
was
got out of
flying.
there. It is amazing how quickly a team can pack up and get out of town after a game. The Rams used to always surprise me with that. They'd play a game, and 10 minutes later, they were all out of the locker room and on the way to the bus.
We'd be on the field shooting stand-ups. Last bus to leave. And that'll do it, Rob. Back to you. Mm-hmm. Some of the worst stand-ups, written stand-ups we're after. And next week they're on the road again as they head to Washington.
Right.
That'll do it. Yeah. Back to you.
Chairman Stephen Wildwood says, I almost went to Antonino's after 81 scored. I wish I would have went to Antonino's for the third period. That, of course, an unfortunate reference to Jackson costing the Blues game 1 by leaving in the middle of the third period from his Blues watch party to go to Antonino's and enjoy toasted ravioli. But that has led to the Antonino's GM welcoming us at any time and rolling out the red carpet for us.
Well, now it's okay.
So now we're fine with it. Jackson, your thoughts on last night's festivities in Manitoba?
Watch the whole game.
Wow, I'm going to fold. I think he did.
Watch the whole game.
And now people are going to be mad because you watched the whole game.
That's their problem. Really enjoyed watching the entire game.
Because the Jets won.
No, that last 2.5 minutes, empty net. That's hold your breath hockey right there.
Yeah, if they would have had some scoring opportunities, it would have been, but there wasn't a whole lot doing.
Puck management in the third period might have been some stick handling issues maybe. But boy, do they hit. Oh, it seemed like the brothers Shen were just beating the hell out of each other. And I had a question. In hockey, like in football, they have like hospital balls where the quarterback throws it over the middle kind of soft and the guy just gets absolutely pounded.
Hospital balls, you call that?
Well, that's not what I call it. That's what sportsmen call it.
Sportsman. Okay.
Sportsman, that's correct. Sportsman's Park. You get the Larry Wilson burger and the steak fries?
Well,
Preferably.
I haven't lately. But
Does that happen in hockey? Like if someone throws the puck down the ice and you're just a sitting duck like Kyrou was there? Is that like, can you get upset at your teammate or is that just part of the game?
A hospital ball is what? Now help me again. I'm sorry.
A hospital ball in football
Tim,
is
are
like,
you aware of the hospital ball?
I know what he's making reference to.
Have
It's
you heard
like
that phrase?
It's I guess a little bit. Not it's not mainstream lexicon, but I know what he's saying. So maybe Azakim's going to go over the middle and
floater,
and the pass is a little high, and here comes the safety. Maybe it's Steve Atwater of Lutheran North. Laying him out, something along those lines. So I get it. So you're saying there was a hospital ball last night in the Blues game?
like, yeah, when Kyrou got leveled. And I mean, I audibly gasped when I saw that hit. Could he turn to his teammate and be like, come on, like, let's...
No,
you
I
put
don't
me in a
think
bad
that's
That
spot.
was up against the boards. I don't see it that
Okay.
way. Oftentimes those can be over the middle. That one was up against the boards, and he just didn't look the same the rest of the game. I don't think he continues to play if that's a regular season game. He looked tentative going forward.
In fact, on that go-ahead goal, I was watching him, and he was just kind of meandering around, not really covering anybody, and then he went off to make a line change, maybe a step too early, and they scored immediately after that, before the Blues could really get back into position.
Guys, rewatch the Connor goal and watch Parayko. He's fly swatting as usual. You like that term, Doug?
Fly swatting. I don't mind it.
P.S. Kyrou will never be the same after that hit.
Well, that's a little
From the
drastic.
407.
People have recovered from big hits before, and he recovered well enough to play, so they must not have thought he had a concussion.
I meant to ask Kerber yesterday because I was listening to the beginning of Game 1, and I'm pretty sure it was him. Something during either the pregame or right at the beginning of the game, they had said something about Thomas, who they said something about had a slight limp. I think Robert Thomas's injury. Remember how coy they were? And Montgomery was quick to say, oh, yeah, maintenance. And then he wasn't with us Thursday. And I'm not saying it was a big cover-up, but I think there's a little more there. And obviously, Curbs and Joey have kind of referenced he's not 100%. I don't think we know exactly what's going on with Robert Thomas, but it does seem like it's probably affecting him.
Here is my observation. Do with it what you will. But the Curbside podcast highlight for me is the Joey Vitale, Chris Kerber conversation. So I recommend people listening because Joey doesn't really play by what I would say are the unwritten rules, and he will just kind of talk as maybe you've heard when he joins us on Fridays, and sometimes he'll say some things that I don't know if the rest of the organization would like him saying, because he's just speaking honestly and he speaks free-flowingly. And based on both Thomas's performance last night and what Joey said, I would say, Martin, you are making a very tight read on the situation.
Yeah, something is not quite right with Robert Thomas. And I also think of Vitale's breakdown. He can get really random with us and kind of wacky on Fridays.
But he obviously knows the game.
Right. No, what I'm saying is wacky as it gets on Fridays where we talk about Christmas parties and whatever else comes to mind. He had two thoughts on what you do at home. And he said, take Thomas off defending that top line of Scheifele, Connor. And he also said, move Fowler down to the 2 line so he can free up offensively. One of the things he was talking about is trying to get back to where their defensemen are part of the offensive mix, and they've been keeping them back and trying to play a strong defensive game. But he said 2 things that you could do, because you look at it and say, oh, well, they're just good. Oh, they just barely beat you. But those are 2 things that he pointed out from a coaching standpoint where you can get Thomas off that top line defensively and get Fowler off it defensively to free him up on the offensive. I thought those were good Joey V breakdowns outside of, I know he gets silly, but that was a great assessment.
If Thomas is not 100%, he's playing an awful lot. He had 23 minutes of ice time last night. So maybe he needs a bit of a rest from the defensive responsibilities.
Jim Montgomery went 11-7 last night. That was a breaking ball right before the teams took the ice after he said in the morning skate that there wouldn't be much that he could do. And that was the route that he decided to go, benching Joseph, and into the lineup went Tyler Tucker. And unfortunately, as been the case with Blues young players getting out there and getting their first playoff experience, he picked up a penalty. But I think it's been the older players who have not necessarily been there throughout the course of the series so far. Also, what needs to be acknowledged, I think, is, Doug, you always like when people do outlines, but they speak them. So Roman numeral 1.
You don't have to do that.
Roman numeral number 1 is the Winnipeg Jets are a great team, and that's not really fun to discuss because then it, in a way, kind of absolves blame, but they are a great team. I think they're a Stanley Cup contender that, for whatever reason, was listed as the 10th most likely team in Las Vegas to win the Stanley Cup after winning 116 or picking up 116 points. And then number 2, and now it's starting to be talked about even more, is how much the Blues miss Dylan Holloway. The Shen line is lacking that speed that he provides. And I just don't think that he is somebody who's going to magically appear on Thursday night at 9:07 or whatever time the puck drops. And that is something that unfortunately is coming to fruition. In addition to, now you have what Kyrou will look like on Thursday, in addition to Robert Thomas might not be being right, and the Blues struggling with Winnipeg and just trying to get into the zone. Dylan Sandberg is like a goaltender for the Winnipeg zone. So it's like they have Hellebuck and Sandberg, and the Blues just can't get into the zone. Plus, their defensemen are having trouble getting out of their own zone. That was something that carried over from Game 1. And alas, there just isn't a lot of opportunities for the Blues in the third period. That carried over from Game 1.
When you're playing the best defensive team in the league, the last thing you needed was to lose one of your top offensive guys in Holloway. And I think that has been a huge factor.
I'm trying to figure out how Kyle Connor scored 41 goals. Doug, I did not play the game, but I look at Kyle Connor and I say, somebody get near him. He's one of their best players. Mm-hmm. He's a great goal-scoring threat, and it always amazes me. And somebody, Hockey Insider, I was texting with last night, they said the Blues often get caught staring at the puck. And you look at that goal, and he's just sitting in front. And you look around and like, well, there's Booch over there. There's Parayko over there. It frustrates the hell out of me. How is somebody just sitting in front? It feels like when the Blues come down, it's awfully clogged. And when the Jets need to get a goal, there's just all kinds of space there right in front.
He's finding quiet ice.
Quiet ice.
Buchnevich had a golden opportunity. John Kelly actually called it out on the broadcast on the power play. He was just kind of skating, and there was some space. And then he waited, and then he passed it, and alas, off it went. 1 goal, 22 playoff games for number 89. Just stop, you wannabe aristocrat. Stick handling? Hospital ball? Go back to reviewing horrible movies and reading Quinn Snyder's Wikipedia page. Oh. You are the reason the boys are losing because you suddenly showed interest. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko, Jackson.
It's a rational take. Normal thing to text on your phone at 7:15.
It's misplaced anger, Jackson, is what it is.
Would you like me to block him?
No, but you talk about Pavel Buchnevich. I call him Pavel.
That's ballsy. This is his name.
Yeah, the Jets boy, they had a wide open net when Bennington seemed he wasn't home, gone fishing, and they missed. So
He hung a gone fishing sign.
didn't it feel like
that Danny Glover film and that one best screenplay?
I don't
Didn't it
remember.
feel that it was wide open. I was like, oh, there's the game. They lost, and they missed it. You could see the Winnipeg fans.
Perfetti.
Yeah,
They
lose.
were standing up to cheer. They were like, okay, foregone conclusion. How do you do? And that's because Jordan Binnington, before exiting the net, hung a gone fishing sign.
What it felt like. And then where are you?
Sharon in Clayton /Sanibel /Maui /Michigan says Rutherford hinted yesterday that Holloway wouldn't be an option even if by some miracle the Blues made it to the final. That's from Sharon, and she's in a wide variety of high-dollar areas.
Well, as far as we know, he has not been spotted skating with the team at all.
Well, Strick did say he was skating, but on his own.
Yeah.
That was the distinction.
Yeah.
Well, we're about the final, Doug, when we get to the final. Can you win one game? Can you win? I just need you to win one game.
Just win one and they're in the final?
Well, no. Can you win Thursday night?
Oh.
Can you win Thursday night?
Sure.
Okay. Do you feel
Absolutely.
like you're back in it after you win that
Yes.
game?
Hell yes.
Okay. Can you win 2 at home?
Well, yes.
Okay.
Oh my God, let's go do it.
Thank you.
Oh.
Nice.
That's
like,
all. And I actually think the way this plays out probably helps with the Blue. I mean, Parayko's probably still a little beat up.
That's
Thomas
another
is
one,
beat up.
yeah.
And now you're stretching out this series a little bit. I'll take that edge, Tim. Extra time.
Yeah. Well, being beat up, that's part of hockey. I'm sure the Jets have some guys who beat up
Yes.
too.
Now, Doug, can I sell you on winning 4 out of 5 from this squad?
Yes, you can.
Oh, okay. I was going to back
Yes.
off.
It's not like they're losing 5-0, 6-1. They're right there. They're right there with
They're
them.
winning on, and what is that line that it's
We could just
it's
use
not a
some puck
playoff?
luck.
Well, okay, puck luck, but it's not a playoff series till the home team loses.
Kyra needs to be traded this offseason. Some Harrison's brother master.
He was their leading scorer.
Leave my movie boy alone. I can guarantee the word Snake River Farms means nothing to the Warson Woods wacko. That's from Mr. Licks. I don't know what that means, Doug.
I think they make steak. I think it's like a Wagyu steak company.
Is that what it is?
Or like a really nice butcher.
A really nice butcher.
Or even more than that, like they source the beef.
Daddy Padre, who just landed in St. Louis a few hours
He
ago,
wasn't with the club.
says, what's ironic is Kyle Connor was scratched for that Four Nations championship game for Team USA. It's Daddy Padre.
Why would that be ironic?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to discourage somebody on the team from texting in with
Okay.
that observation.
It might seem like a poor move.
He also says, my main complaint with the power play is that after you see Snuggerud in the Ovechkin office snipe, they immediately on the next 2 power plays stick him net front like he's Big Walt. Very puzzling move from Steve Ott. He wants Snipes sniping, not Big Walting.
He does have a good sniping shot.
That thing was beautiful.
Yeah.
Nonling and I were texting throughout the game, and he said it's Austin Matthews-esque. And what he means by that is he is able to... he says he shoots like Matthews, changes the angles so well in motion. And clearly the Blues are focused on going top shelf on Hellebuck. The issue is they just don't get many shots off. And they were
don't shoot
pacing
sometimes.
for the first, 35 minutes of the game. They were at 14 shots. And then the rest of the way, 6 shots, I think? I mean, this is just...
And third period, they're getting nothing done. What was it, 5 last night, maybe? 5 shots on goal, third
they just
period?
get choked out. They just get choked out.
And Monty said we need to be net hungry. Not enough in front. Net hungry. He also criticized the amount of passing on the power play.
Yeah.
They had a golden opportunity there. They kept getting put on the power play. And I understand you want to have that perfect pass. You want to set it up. But how many times does that puck get just saucered around and then all of a sudden it gets deflected? You never get a shot on goal. And he seemed frustrated by that as well.
Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of TMA online at brownandcrouppen.com. 314-222-2222. Brown and Crouppen in St. Louis, founded in St. Louis since 1979. If you need a personal injury attorney, you are going to want somebody who is local, who knows the local legal environment. That's where Brown and Crouppen comes into play with Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, and Ed Herman. It's Brown and Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com. 314-222-2222. 622. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Coming up, we will hear from Jim Montgomery and his lack of happiness with what he saw last night, plus the reasoning for going 11-7. Also, Mark Scheifele talking about the chemistry between him and Kyle Connor leading to the success they're having in these third period go-ahead goals. That is coming your way as well. Plus, good news, Doug, the Cardinals are coming Trelaw.
No, they're not. They are not coming anywhere.
I got a different box score then.
Nope.
Maybe
Lost another one.
Try some Navy caps on the road.
You think that would have done it? Couldn't hurt at this point.
Thank you. That's all coming your way here on TMA. This is 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Jackson's playing the Winnipeg song. They're only 14 wins away from bringing the Chalice back to Canada for the first time in 3+ decades.
This is the Winnipeg fight?
Yeah, that's what Jackson's doing.
Fight song is a strong word.
I can barely hear it.
I like the boy out.
Oh, come on. We're giving up on our club.
I'm just reminding people, who the Blues are facing. And if you were softening up, you heard Mark Scheifele talk post-game or something, like, he seems like a good dude, same with Hellebuck. Just remember who they're facing.
Look at this guy. He's getting us all fired. It's like Herb Brooks is over there running
Embrace
the board.
the dark side. Embrace the dark side.
So you still like the Blues winning it on Friday, May 2nd to advance to take on Stan Kroenke's Colorado Avalanche in the second round for that Sundress Pony show on Friday in downtown St. Louis.
I think it's going to be an onslaught when they come back to St. Louis.
Wow! How about this guy? How about Papers?
I think the Jets are going to feel that first period, both from the crowd atmosphere and then the Blues levying a little bit of punishment.
Okay, well, that'd be all right.
Yeah.
They're going to levy some punishment.
That's right. Someone has to.
Yeah.
Jackson, that was a bad music selection. That's from Eric, and he's in the Central West End.
I want it to be known that I don't have some sort of audience report card where you grade my every move. That's just not how this works.
You don't need
An audience report card. I like that.
There's not like some sort of syllabus where you can, or a rubric where you get to choose how I do. I do, you listen.
How about this guy? How about this guy? Jackie Papers. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called The Morning After. Jackson is a banty little rooster this morning. John Kelly joining us coming up on the Stiefel dossier. Had the announcement yesterday. The foursomes go on sale Friday at 8 a.m., and that is the return of TMA's golf tournament, the Dotem, and it's taking place May 29th and May 30th at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort. And Doug, I would say it's about 15 to 20 minutes south on 55 of the 270, 255, I-55. You call it a cloverleaf, and I liked that.
Cloverleaf.
You tee off with TMA at the return of the Dotem, presented by Michelob Ultra. Get your foursome together for a full day out on the course with TMA, and it includes breakfast, lunch, dinner, and all of your beer. How about that? Breakfast from Donut Drive and lunch from Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, all your Michelob Ultra. And following the round of golf on Thursday, Texas Roadhouse, and following the round of golf on Friday, Super Smokers Barbecue. Registration opens this Friday morning at 8 a.m. We've always had a charity partner throughout the course of the Dotem. Our very first one was in 2016. And this year, our charity partner is the St. Louis Hero Network. It's in honor of Brian McKenna. We worked with Ryan McKenna, Brian's nephew, on setting this up as it will be on May 29th and May 30th. And then the South Side is having Brian McKenna Day on May 31st along Mackland. That's going to be a pony. So we are leading into Brian McKenna Day on the South Side with the Dotem. The golf tournament is benefiting the St. Louis Hero Network in honor of Brian McKenna, one of the charities that Brian worked with. You can find all of the Dotem info now at 101ESPN.com. Get your friends together and sign up on Friday morning. Get your foursome. All of your food and beer included. It is the Dotem returning, presented to you by Michelob Ultra, May 29th and May 30th at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort. So following the Blues' loss last night, Jim Montgomery, very blunt in his assessment, and here is what he had to say regarding the third period, which continues to be a problem for the Blues as it's dominated by the Jets for the second straight game.
Winnipeg's made one more play than us, both games. Shots are dead even, so they're just making one more play, and their best players are making them.
That's it, I guess. Okay. Well, that's pretty good.
Jackson looked like he just took a little jab right when you...
Oh, no. Are you getting an audio report card from Doug from across the dais?
No, I thought it was fine. I thought it was fine.
Let's hear more. What
I
else?
know. You talk, I listen. I know.
Here is Jim Montgomery on his decision to make the switch to go 11-7 last night.
I just thought that some of our really talented forwards didn't get enough ice time last game. And I thought we could get some favorable matchups just because they'd be out there more, and our offensive players getting a really good rhythm. And I thought they did. I thought they were feeling the puck a lot better. And I think it also allows our depth of our defensemen, which is really deep, to be able to use 7 of those guys, and it allowed us to be a little more physical.
Yeah, hard to argue with that. I think that was the right way to go, because their top offensive guys did get more ice time than they have been getting. Buchnevich, almost 23 minutes. Thomas, over 23 minutes.
And a guy like Matthew Joseph's probably only going to play 10, 11 minutes.
Yeah.
So move that to you're trying to tighten up defensively. You got some older defensemen. At times, some of their older defensemen do look a little older, we'll say. Could use a little spring in their step back there on the blue line, Doug.
They had a few giveaways last night that wound up not costing them for the most part, but they did give away the puck a few times in some bad situations.
Well, that first goal, Letty just, I guess, lost his footing there.
Yeah.
JR was kind of focused in the postgame. To his credit, was asking a lot about the line change and how it happened there, and asked Montgomery about, more or less said, was at like ill time when they scored that first goal.
Yeah.
And Monty explained it, how we do it that way, and it's not an issue. But JR's point was it was kind of ill-timed. Now they'll be at home. We'll get the last line change. We'll see if there's a little more strategy involved. And it's not house money because you're in the playoffs. You want to win. But I do think the fact that they are the best team, points-wise, President's Trophy, and they're a little better than you. That's been obvious. And I'm not holding rights, Tim, but I do think it's encouraging. If that's the best team in hockey, this Blues team that wasn't supposed to make the playoffs is kind of like right there with them. It's frustrating as hell because you could have won either game, but they're not leaps and bounds better than you. I'm still waiting for Hallebuck to have a bad game. And
Maybe you're going to get it on Thursday night.
I think
around 11 o'clock, the Blues with an onslaught. Thursday night in downtown St. Louis, Doug.
Well, I'll stay up that late. Won't you?
What a
You won't
sacrifice.
record that.
I'll get up at 4:30
Oh,
on
no.
Friday morning, as I've been doing since we started this program in 2004. That's how I watch the late night games.
So you watch like one period live?
No, I watch the whole thing. You can watch the whole thing. Absolutely. 'Cause I just fast forward through the commercials and the intermissions, and off we go.
I mean,
I don't
when
look
it's
at my
going
phone.
on. I mean, Thursday night when it's going on.
No, because it's, as an Irish guy, it's like having a couple of libations. Martin knows the program, and then we're just like, oh God, now I've just got to wind up like Paul Newman in The Verdict. So if I get a little taste of the playoff hockey, then the next thing I know, it's midnight, and I'm using my burners calling for people to be fired and benched.
Yeah. Bushmills and hard-boiled eggs.
That's exactly right.
I'll be darned. And this is because of your Irish heritage?
That's correct. Yeah, it's correct.
You want to pound some drinks and then get online.
Just start calling.
Just start
calling
tweeting
for
at people.
That's exactly right. Nobody's talking about Bruce Nevich having one career playoff goal. I actually did, though. Won 22 games. He just kind of skated through the slot on the power play and said, I think I'll pass her off.
Yeah.
Was it notable that he wasn't on the ice for those last 2.5 minutes when they were running out? Yeah, Thomas and Shen, those guys.
Probably so.
Yeah.
Probably
I thought it was
so.
great news. I didn't think we were going to see Cairo again after the hit.
Right.
And he actually played more minutes last night than he did in game one. Parayko played. I was wondering if 11-7 was about Parayko, even though they're not saying it, that he's still just not what he was before his injury in Los Angeles. And he did play a little less last night, but not a substantial amount, about a minute less than he did in game one. Let's see. Buchnevich is bad. That's him, Harrison's brother, Master, who in the previous segment said it's time to trade Cairo.
Yeah. Now all the players are bad. Lost 2 close games to the best team in the league. They've all got to go. Got to go.
I have a Wright's Tavern reservation on May 2nd. Might be a pale sitch for me if the Blues come back. That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood.
A pale sitch?
Pale Sitch, where there's a restaurant versus a Blues game.
Oh, so you leave in the middle of the game to go to the restaurant.
Make a choice.
Okay.
Martin passing out Kool-Aid like Jim Jones at Jonestown. I like that. That's an
You
old
can call
school
the rights
reference.
holder.
Yeah, I kind of like that.
Yeah, that's kind of. That's how about that? Look
That's
at
a
you.
nice way of putting it, though. The Kool-Aid like Jim Jones. Do you know what that means, Jackie Papers? You're a younger man. Do you know what a Jim Jones?
Guarantee you, I'm all in on Jackson knowing. This guy's a wise
Probably
soul.
because of Netflix and some shows. Do you know what a Jim Jones reference is in Jonestown?
Jonestown was a cult, or it was a place where a cult lived.
Guyana?
And then, yeah.
Jackson's also watching the Seth Rogen show, The Studio, and that is the premise.
Yeah, there's a senator.
Which is, by the way, I would recommend. It's the Larry Sanders show of the 2020s.
Yeah, it's a good blend of a bunch of different.
And they reference Jim Jones.
They do.
Yeah,
no
it won't,
fair.
It won't ruin it. But I mean, I knew. I took history class.
They teach it in history class?
Sure. At one point, I assume. I took a lot of history classes. Yeah, there was a senator that went down there. It's bad stuff. They handed out the Kool-Aid. Everyone went down.
That's it in a nutshell.
Everybody went down.
Stuff, Kool-Aid. Everybody went down.
Butch just never seems to have that dog in him. That's from Tim's Toothless Bottom Boy.
Okay. Well, one thing we've learned over the years, we should have learned, is that it's an extremely fine line between winning and losing, even when the top teams play the 8 seeds. We saw that the year the Blues won the whole thing in 2019.
First overtime, Dallas Stars.
How close did they come to getting knocked out of that?
Game
then,
5.
Then we would have said, well, they're not quite there.
Shaden Schwartz.
We need a few more pieces to get there. Instead, they hold on, they win Game 7. It's a fine line, and the line is so narrow that you can beat a better team than you. If Winnipeg is better, and they were during the regular season, significantly better, you can still beat them.
The thing is the way it looks in the third period. I realize the score is close. It doesn't look like it's close. So I know that, and listen, I know that's unpopular to say in St. Louis, but I made it clear I've decided not to run for office. That I don't think that somebody who would be sitting in a whether it be their home or an NHL office or a writer or podcaster who follows the game closely would sit there and say this thing was close. The Blues aren't doing anything in the third period. The score is, I think right now it's clear that Winnipeg is the better team. The Blues miss Holloway. They're probably not healthy in some other key spots. And I know Winnipeg has their issues as well. And so it's encouraging in the sense that the game score is close, but what is discouraging, and that's what I was anxious to see last night, is how the Blues would respond in the third period after such a bad third period in Game 1, and there just wasn't a whole lot there, unfortunately. Now, with that said, who's to say that they can't force the issue on Thursday night when they get back in their building? The last team to win the Enterprise Center, Doug, who was a visiting team, the Winnipeg Jets. And you got to go back to the first game after the Four Nations for that. So, hey, 9 o'clock on Thursday, make that thing 2-1, get them a little tight, send that thing back to Winnipeg for Game 5, and here we go. You know,
I think what you're saying is if we can just get hot.
we can win a baby.
Yes.
There's a baby out there to be won.
There's still time to get hot. There is.
Binnington kept him in that game last night. That's from the 3-1-4.
Well, that's always going to happen. If you're going to go anywhere in the playoffs, your goalie's going to have to make some big saves.
I thought he
Not
was
just the Blues,
toast.
any
Did you think he was done when he got run into? Your
I was
immediate
concerned.
blink,
Nick
like,
Kiprios.
like, here we go. Here we go. Seemed to spring right up. And I don't blame Scheifele on that one. He got tangled up. But it did seem there were a couple other times, like they don't mind getting in his grill. I think they know that he can snap. And it does seem like the Jets' game plan involves kind of trying to rattle Binnington. But he was great. Gave you every chance to win that game. That's the shame of it, Doug. Winnable games. 2 of them on the table.
Yeah, I know. It wasn't just, it was just a couple of lucky bounces of the puck, and they could have won both those games. Even if we think they got outplayed, they were still right there to be won. That's why you've got to get hot.
to win babies.
To win babies.
You're welcome to give your thoughts. Many are choosing to do so. Here are the ways you can do it. 314-399-9646. I'm going to say it again because that's the Air Comfort Service text line. 314-399-9646. Great news. In 9 days, Jackson is going to allow you to have a text inbox name because there's still some people out there without text inbox names, some 618s, some 407s, a 315. A 315, Doug?
What is that?
You want to take some guesses?
Initials, please.
312 is either L.A. or Chicago. Yeah.
315 is on the eastern seaboard.
Virginia.
Not directly on the coast, but seaboard nonetheless. North of Pennsylvania.
North of Pennsylvania.
Augusta, Maine.
A famous basketball school is located here, but they haven't been great over the last 5 years.
Syracuse.
Nailed it.
Newhouse. Yeah, another Syracuse journalism school student learning the craft by listening to us.
And Utica, by the way.
I'm disappointed in Jackson. He referenced Bushmills, and that is Northern Ireland. He clearly hates the Republic. That's from Phil the Peacock. That's P-H-Y-L. That was interesting. I noticed that too.
I think that I was referencing the verdict. I think that's Paul Newman's drink. And
Phil the Peacock. Jackson made a fair counterpoint.
I think he was drinking Bushmills.
And boiled eggs?
Steaks. He went on a date with Charlotte Rampling in that movie, and instead of going on a date, they stay at the bar and have a steak at a smoky little booth.
Doug Jackson, who was born in Jackson, who was born in 1998, is laying out the plot to The Verdict, a 1982 film in which Paul Newman enjoyed himself a taste here and there.
Okay. I don't know how you have all this time to watch all these movies.
He owns goodorbad.com. It's his job.
I guess you have to. Still.
Not having kids probably is in the plus column on that one.
Not watching Blues games during the regular season.
That too.
Watching The Verdict instead.
Frees up a couple hours.
Well,
the Blues look good. The Jets just look a little bit better. But I still think we can win this. That's from the 618.
Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Go give us a Slurpee because, hey, we're trying.
There we go.
Come on.
I want to go to practice tomorrow and listen to Monty, and I want him to say to the players, I do, you listen.
that's the roles.
I do.
You got to reinforce the roles.
You listen.
Sometimes.
I noticed Kyra when he went over to the bench. They cut to the shot, and Ray Barilli almost kind of his arms under his armpits, kind of, all right, let's go, let's get back, maybe a little sniffing salt, let's go.
You can't blame him.
That was a vicious, clean hit.
Yeah.
I mean, that just reeked of playoff hockey.
Mm-hmm.
That was the loudest cheer they've had in that building outside of their goals. That place went bat crap.
I do enjoy the outdoor party they've got going. It's kind of fun when they cut to the shots, the outside.
Yeah.
And Doug, you're going to be outside of Enterprise Center at midnight on Thursday with...
Doing live shots because I can't get in the building and I don't work there anymore. So it'll be weird. It'll be a little weird. I don't know who's going to air these live shots, but by God, I want to do one from a parking lot just for old time's sake.
Why don't you hop on cable access just for the playoffs, just to get a little extra TV time?
It would be funny if it was like Doug's big channel and there's a YouTube channel just of you doing live shots and then uploading them. But they're like,
I'd watch those.
Yeah, but they're not evergreen. They're super dated to each day, and it would just be kind of weird. But
and
it'd
you
be like
cut
a minute.
into the action going on that I'm missing because I'm in the parking lot.
Yeah, and they would come out 5 hours after the game happened.
I'm Doug Vaughn outside. They could win, they could lose. We'll have all the highlights for you a little bit later.
But we actually won't because we have none of the rights.
If Holloway was healthy, if only Holloway was healthy, rolling 4 lines instead of 3.5. That half is the missing piece. Doug, that's Sticky Ricky.
Well, there's something to that. You lose one of your top offensive players, you're not the same team.
And then former fan page moderator Neil Allen Craig Paquette says it wasn't Jobu. It was the fact that Parayko wasn't playing.
Oh, gosh. Some people thought Parayko was the most valuable player on the team earlier in the season.
Yeah, I cashed my chips in when he got hurt. That's when I cashed him in. You saw what they did. That's the thing. Fade me. Fade me. Don't fade the public. Fade me. Okay. You're welcome to get involved on the program. 314-399-9646. That's the text number. You can call in Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And then there's that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra with 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra sponsor the YouTube chat, where 236 friends are in there just talking it over, getting to know each other, like Sunshine Scooter and Adam Welly and Percy Blumpkin's in there this morning.
What's he doing in there?
He says Monty needs to grow a little scruff, show the boys he's upset.
Grow a little scruff.
That'll do it.
You think he needs to go, Monty?
I saw a Fire Monty text. There we go. On the text line from Lady Sonia's Teacup. Fire Monty.
Let him go.
Fire them all. What is it? What is the pulse of the people right now? The text line is not always the best barometer. I think people are largely disappointed, but I don't think they've caved yet. A little concerned.
My read is they miss Holloway, and the Jets are just better, and the people are, they're preparing for hospice, I guess would be the best way.
So you think the majority of fans are like, it's over?
Yeah, and kind of at peace with it because this was house money.
They had the stat last night. They said of all the years the Blues have been in the playoffs in their history, only one time have they come back from being down 2-0. That was like 1972.
73 against Minnesota. I couldn't believe that statistic.
When John Kelly said it, I thought, God, that's even depressing to hear.
I really was surprised to hear that. But, I guess it stands to reason. There aren't any that I can come up with in the last quarter century that stands out. When they had the comeback against what was the Phoenix Coyotes, then the Arizona Coyotes, now the Utah Hockey Club, Doug, 1999, they also had a wideout. But that was a 3-1 comeback. That wasn't down 2-0, I guess. I don't know.
Those Hitch years, they would always win the first two.
Yes.
And then lose 4 straight.
Yeah. Wait, when you lose 2 in a row, you got to win 4 out of 5, and that's hard to do.
Well, that was the math I was trying to avoid, Doug. That's why I said, "Can you win Thursday?" And you said yes.
Yes.
And then can you follow it up with a win on Sunday? And you said yes.
Yes.
But if I said, "Can you win 4 the next 5?" You're like, oof. Don't think about it.
Take it one at a time.
Guys, my dauber is so down about this that I wouldn't let Wellington and Tim come over last night. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves.
Well, why were you going to go over there?
He can follow up on that.
I need some warm milk and some cookies. I need some cookies and some milk.
How about that?
That's what you were going over there for?
We're going to go over there for cookies and milk late night, just to wash it down.
You'd knock on a gentleman's door and say you want some warm milk and cookies.
And then I'd say I want some cookies and some milk. Love the optimism there, Doug. You must be geriatric and senile. What team are you watching, big man? They can still win this, baby. Some Tim's toothless bottom boy.
I believe that's what I just said.
Yeah. I don't understand Tim's toothless
Listen,
bottom boy.
I talk, you listen.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, yeah.
Call in. Martin wants the pulse of the people at 314-974-0101. John Kelly's going to be with us coming up on the Stiefel dossier. It is TMA, and the program's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. James Carlton is also a longtime loyal sponsor of this program, and he's my insurance agent. I recommend you make the switch to James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency in Webster Groves, online at carltoninsurance.net. Now up to 423 5-star reviews for James Carlton and his team at the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. James and his team have been exceptional. They're always there to provide support and have been helpful with any questions I may have. I highly recommend the James Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency for those looking to switch from their current home, life, and or auto insurance provider. That is from Matt Damian, and that is the kind of experience that so many people in the St. Louis area are having with James. They'll do all the paperwork for you, plus they go out of their way to look for ways to save you money. They are proactive. I am so happy I made the switch. Make the switch. You'll be grateful you did as well. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. The program is TMA. It's brought to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
If you're in the market for a new car, but you're not sure what you can afford or what you can get approved, well, go to autoloanpro.com. They will help you figure that out with little to no money down. They're going to work hard to get you the best rate possible. They do that by working with over 50 different lenders, trying hard to get you the best financing that is available. Financing a car, there's only one thing to know, and that is choose the Auto Loan Pro. Website's great, autoloanpro.com. When you go on there, you'll see vehicles, but you'll also see the free playbook. It explains to you how the credit industry works, how you can improve your credit, how you can purchase a different vehicle next time around, and then the next time after that. Understanding the process is key. Do that by downloading the free playbook. Autoloanpro.com, the website. Robert Thomas, part of the team here endorsing this product. You'll see him on the website as well. Anyone could sell you that car, but it takes a pro to do it right. It is a big purchase. They want you to understand the entire process. Autoloanpro.com. Download the free playbook. Get your next car. 50 different lenders. That's how they'll shop around to get you the best rate. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues lose last night to the Winnipeg Jets. The Jets lead the series 2-0, but it's head back to St. Louis on Thursday, and you can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN for Game 3. Pre-game at 7:30. The puck will drop right around 8:30. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
The gateway city's hearts ignite.
Here you go, Doug.
Under the arch, we bring the fight. Benny in the net, holding the line tight. Blues charging forward in the playoff light. Joe Blues look got us on a roll. Thomas and Cairo gonna light up the goal. With the note on our chest, we won't stop or flop. 2025, we're bringing home the cup.
Well, this market is buzzing after hearing this one.
Little country feel to it. Is it being faded out now, or might
I am fading it out.
Oh, okay. All right, I like the tune. I liked it.
Jeremy Rutherford writing this morning in The Athletic, in the final 2 months of the regular season, Jim Montgomery would sit down behind a microphone to discuss the superlatives that came with a dramatic run in almost every time, and included how impressed he was with the team's third period. By now, Blues fans have memorized the team's record since the Four Nations face-off, 19-4-3. But dig deeper, and you'll find that within those 26 games, the Blues were almost unstoppable when they were leading or even tied heading into the third period. When they were leading after two, they were 15-0-0. Tied after two, 3-1-0. Trailing after two, 1-3-3. That's right, a record of 18-1 in games they either led or were tied heading into the third. The one defeat, a 3-1 loss to Winnipeg on April 7th. Well, guess what? There is a theme here. It's Winnipeg. For the second time in 3 nights, the Blues found themselves in a familiar position, tied 1-1, heading into the third period in Game 2, and then it got away. The strength of the Blues to go on the run has now become the weakness. Jeremy Rutherford this morning in The Athletic.
I guess you could take that and surmise that maybe they're just running out of gas. Maybe that's they had such a push there to get into the playoffs. Now they're out of gas. But still, these games are so close. There's one crazy bounce of the puck away from winning these games. So I don't know that you can draw too much from that. It's a pretty big sample size, though. Nonetheless, I don't know what to make of it.
If I were scoring this fight as a boxing match, it'd be 10-8, 10-8 in the third period for Winnipeg. Both games. So hopefully, hope's not a strategy, but hopefully they can restore that third period order on Thursday night. Doug, the third period will be about 11:10 in St. Louis. Sharon and Clayton is not happy with me, and she says I have a loser mentality. Stop talking like you're just happy to be here in the house money BS. That's a loser mentality. It's the postseason. Anything can happen.
There you go.
There you go.
There
Sharon
you
and
go.
Clayton.
Boy,
She really lets you have You've been told.
I welcome it. It's fine. It's part of the process. I speak what I say, and I say what I think, and that's the way that it works. And sometimes it's not well received. But you know what, Doug? You know I mean it when I say it.
Yeah.
And I hope I'm wrong. Let's see. When you have a take like that, Doug puts on hot take mittens, and those are brought to you by EDF. Attention business owners, did you know fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? It's not just about compliance. It's about protecting your employees, customers, and property. That's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in, proudly serving St. Louis and beyond. EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered, and it doesn't stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit the edfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire safety and security. Daryl's on the Calliard-Thompson phone lines. Martin, you wanted a pulse of the community. Daryl has his. Good morning, Daryl. You're on 101 ESPN with Jackson Burkett.
Thanks for taking my calls, fellas. I'm very much a student of the game of hockey. I've never played it, but, I get the basic grip of it. It looks to me like we're looking at two different teams with very similar styles. But I see the Jets as a more congealed, experienced version of what the Blues are trying to do, and therefore I don't think the Blues will have the series. The silver lining is because they're both physical teams, I think the Jets are going to be so beat up they're not going to get very far in the playoffs after this series. That's how I see it. Thanks, fellas.
Okay, he's on and he's off.
Daryl, how about that?
The pulse of the people.
That's a pulse of people, Doug.
I'm a student of the game, although I don't take any consolation saying, well, the Jets will be worn out and they're not going to advance. I don't really care at this point if they beat your squad, what they do next.
Right. Yeah, I feel the same way. That's not a silver lining that you might beat Winnipeg up.
But I enjoy as a student of the game.
Just happened to notice the porta potties, and I was just...
Same guy?
Like, man, what if I just crawled in there? And it turned out to be just a really bad idea,
Well, you could be a porta potty guy.
Porta potty?
I don't know. There's some similarities.
You do. We listen.
There was a little exhale after he finished his take and hopped off that I really enjoyed.
Stars did beat
thanks, guys. I enjoyed that.
Stars
Shout
beat
out
the
to Daryl.
Lynch, so that means that series is tied. They went to overtime in Dallas. That probably ended about midnight, Dallas time last night.
Yeah.
So you want that series to extend. So when the Blues finish off the Jets, Doug, you want the winner of that side to be equally wiped out.
Although, Doug, if you remember in 2001, the Blues swept the Stars, and Colorado, did they go 7 with the Kings? And then Peter Forsberg had appendicitis, and you would have thought it would have worked to the Blues' advantage, but why it didn't. And the Blues were vanquished in 5 by that Avalanche team. So does that factor into what you...
Oh, absolutely, because it's almost identical rosters from now to back then. I don't know that any players have changed or coaches. So yeah, that's a big... What happened, 24 years ago, that's a big factor now.
Gooserov's still on.
Gosh, Daryl's call was innocent enough, and yet the text line just can't help
everybody.
But reach for the shelf.
Well, especially
grab
like
a
that.
bucket of bleach.
But, Martin, doesn't that give you some solace when you read the hatred? Here's a gentleman, Daryl just calling it with a 30-second observation, and he is hated. Then you realize what Doug has now come to the conclusion of after 18 years on the program, that everything is hated. Everything.
There is a certain solace to knowing they hate everything.
It makes people feel a little smarter if they can criticize someone else.
Let's give.
What's wrong with your phone line?
Let's give somebody else. I need one more pulse of the people here.
Chairman Kurtz on this Calliard-Thompson
I
phone
want to
lines,
do
Bob.
a quick. What do you have? The dependent variable. I need one more sample size to see if we could just have a caller who could be left alone on the text line to just have a reasonable Blues take. Call in. It's 969-JACKIE. Is that what's the number?
That's
What
the
is
number,
the number?
969-JACKIE. 314-974-0101. Calliard-Thompson phone lines. Yes, Chairman.
The person on line 1, I think, will be a great caller for this because they can give the pulse of the people, but also I know that they are just even more than a student of the game.
Wow, Doug, that's kind of a tease.
What do you mean by that?
Daddy Padre.
Daddy Padre.
He said more than.
wow.
Well, I'm guessing more than.
Just landed in St. Louis
Keith
after
Kachuk.
what was it, a 2-hour flight from Winnipeg, Daddy
He's not
Padre?
with the club. He's not with the club.
Yeah, I'm a little groggy after that one last night, boys.
You're not. You did not go to
Oh,
Winnipeg.
I guessed it.
Yeah, this phone line feels great now that I'm back on this thing. All we have to do a year and 80 and I'm back, boys.
That's you from an earlier time.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm kind of with Tim here. I love Sharon. She's awesome. But, they are playing with house money. Let's be honest here. I mean, that team, that's a good Winnipeg team. I still don't think it's better than the 2019 Winnipeg team, which is saying something because I literally think that team in 2019 was the best team the Blues beat on their run.
Yeah, I think I've talked about that. You're right, man. That was a great team.
Yeah, so I'm with you, Tim. It's house money. Holloway thing's brutal. I think our boy Bob is a little banged up. Parayko does not look 100%. Even if he is 100%, he doesn't look 100% mentally up to speed because some of the decision making he's made just looks off. And then the power play stuff is just kind of perplexing. Like I said, I already texted in about the snug route in front of the net. I mean, you have a guy like that can shoot like that at that age already. I mean, you got to put him on the flank. I mean, and the whole, having two units with like Jordan Kyrou on the other one. Before Holloway was hurt, they even had two units. I don't know. Some of the stuff's just a little head scratching, I guess, to say the least. And you have a goalie, playing the way Benner's playing too. It sucks. And Doug, you're right. Shifley is everywhere. I'm kind of sick and tired of seeing him getting these garbage goals every first goal of the game, both games now. He's just, I don't even know how he got the puck. He pretty much put the puck in there without shooting the puck. Both goals.
Sounds like you're giving up on this team. You're giving up on the club.
Well, I'm a VGK fan right now. I think the Knights are gonna be the ones that are coming out of the West. To be real honest with you, they look real good.
Huh? A VGK fan, but just for the record, you're no longer the emergency backup goaltender, right?
I'm not. No, I'm not anymore. No, I hung it up when I had another kid, so I couldn't really keep up with it. You know how it is, though. You guys have kids, Tim. You know how it is. The kids. It's hard to go to the games with kids at that age, and not to mention 41 a year and getting down there that often. So yeah, I'm not doing it anymore now.
Do they have one during the playoffs? Is there still somebody in the stands this time of year?
So when I did it, it was like and Doug, you're gonna make fun of it. But when I did it, it was super random. Like some nights they text me like, "Are you here?" Like, but you're not gonna be the emergency goalie, but do you have your gear? And I'm like, "Yeah, I do." Well, just make sure you let me know that you're here. And I'm like, okay. But then this year I saw that they added a third goalie from the minors, so that's more legitimate than obviously having me. But in the years that I did it, and the years that they won the cup, and the following year or whatever. They had me doing it for at least the first two rounds, and then obviously they brought up the Black Aces is what they call them, and it was a little odd to say the least.
Huh? Did you have to buy your own ticket? You didn't have to buy your own ticket, did you?
For the regular season, no. They always comp two out of my four seats. God forbid they comp all four. We weren't season ticket holders or anything for 35 plus years. Anyways, They comped two of my four seats, and then no, they did not.
All right, you guys can talk about your ticket plan offline at some point. There it
is. The emergency goalie.
You listen.
Last night they needed an E-Bowl emergency backup linesman.
Look at that guy.
Oh, yeah,
they
got one.
You did watch the game.
You're kind of peacocking around after that,
You've been sitting on that since 6:50.
Well, once he started, rambling about tickets.
Get this nerd off the phone lines.
Oh, gosh.
He's a nice kid, but his calls are awful, and he's going to drop a Dougie or some weird diaper talk, and none of it's funny. It's from Beer Cats. Get this idiot off the phone.
Gosh.
He thinks we play 8 guys on the first power play unit. You're a loser. It's in the 618. I literally think this tool just regurgitated what Tim's already said. Get back to putting Clark bars in the local vending machines. Doug, that's
Clark bars.
Nathan from the east side of Alton. Sharon and Clayton has an alliance, though, I guess, with Daddy Padre. Damn it, Padre. That attitude is why you're not in the pipes anymore. Love you, too, though. That's from Sharon, and she's in Clayton. There it is. John Kelly's going to join us coming up on the Stiefel dossier. You're welcome to participate. Martin wants a pulse of the people. You're welcome to call in 314-974-0101. You can text in 314-399-9646, and you can talk with friends who have gathered to watch the show and talk it over at youtube.com/TMASTL. Watch the program there, and there's a YouTube chat brought to you by Michelob Ultra. The show is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. It's TMA 101 ESPN. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and from Brown and Crouppen, Ed Herman is in the studio right now. Morning, Ed.
Hey, how's it going, gentlemen?
Well, Doug is not going to be much good to you today. He's a little despondent over the last few days.
Well, it sounds like the Doug I've gotten used to.
Oh, no.
Are you a hockey fan? You've been watching?
Well, I've been smart enough not to be watching it.
You and Jackson ought to get together and watch that Knicks Pistons
I
series.
couldn't watch Game 1 because it was WrestleMania. And
Doug's going to really lose
America.
So I had to see something that where I didn't know what was going to happen.
You watched WrestleMania instead of the first game of the
I did listen because I'm a diplomatic person. I don't just throw my will around so that I get my first choice. If I'm hanging with my buddies, if my buddies want to watch WrestleMania, we watch WrestleMania.
Oh gosh,
what can I tell you? They like their.
You're being serious right now.
They like their sports choreographed. Listen, it's. People want to feel what they want to feel. And then I didn't watch the second game last night. I don't know what I was doing. I watched the Yankee game. The Yankees lost. The Yankees lost.
Why don't you two go to Antonitas?
And I didn't. And now they're down 2-0 in the series. So I'm out, man. I'm the first one. I'm jumping ship.
No, it's just getting going.
I'm not a believer. I wish I were. Listen, I can come on here and lie to everybody if people just want to get lied to. But I try to be honest with the listener.
God bless. I appreciate that approach, Ed.
Listen,
I don't.
I would hope. I would hope that the listener can appreciate it. And that's not that I don't wish them well. God, I would love to see them come back, and I'm not going to lie to you. If they make it an interesting series, I'll jump right back in and watch it. Yeah.
You'll be right there.
But I'm playing a little hard to get.
Are you?
I'm not offering up unconditional love today.
What about the Cardinals? Are you off that bandwagon as well?
Well, listen, I think we've all said from the beginning it's going to be a tough season. It's going to be this is a season where there's you got to look to other things to enjoy. Like I've got myself tickets to a couple of upcoming games. I'm going to see when the Dodgers are in town. I figure, you know what? Okay, the Cardinals aren't going to have a great year, but the opportunity to go see Ohtani play and maybe do something special, historic. Or the other great guys that they have there. I mean, you want to see the superstars from other teams, too.
Like Tommy Edman.
Yeah, hey, revisit Edman, give him a big ovation, wish him well. I mean, it wasn't his fault he's not here. I want to see Mookie Betts play. I mean, there are some exciting arms. I'd love it if one of the Japanese pitchers, either Yamamoto or Sasaki, was pitching. Those are things. I look back now, and I'm sure the listeners can relate. How many times do you look back? You don't just think about the great Cardinals that you had the great chance to see play. Like, I will always consider it a gift that I got to see Pujols during his prime so many times.
Yeah.
That was a gift. People, that's like looking at like grandparents and saying they got to see Babe Ruth play. Like you only get a handful of those guys during your like watching lifetime, but a lot of them play for other teams. If they're coming to town, I want to see those guys. I want that in my memory bank. I look back on it now and I think about when I seen Randy Johnson pitch here at Busch Stadium and what a treat that was. Or Greg Maddux coming here, or Pedro Martinez even. I love that. I mean, you got to see everybody. Obviously, it's what you were doing through your career. But do you ever take the time and think about that? What a treat that is to say that you saw those guys in person?
Probably not like I should. Kind of take it for granted.
Well, let's not take it for granted. It saddens me, and I understand a lot of reasons why people are not going to the games so far this year. They're making a statement. And money's tight for people. The economy's, it's unsteady, and people have to be careful about where to spend their money. But it's a beautiful experience, and it's never really about the game, right? You're bonding with the people that you go with. You're slowing down life for a few hours and getting some fresh air in your lungs, and you're getting a chance to be entertained by a great game. No matter who's winning it or losing it, you get a chance to see players that are the absolute best at what they do. I mean, that's a hell of an afternoon. I just don't know why more people aren't just embracing it for what it can still be.
There's a new slogan. Get some fresh air in your lungs.
You know what?
We may not win, but you'll get some fresh air.
Wouldn't that be great, Martin, if that were on the calendar?
29 out of the 30 teams are not going to win a World Series this year.
At the ballpark tonight where you have a chance to get some fresh air in your lungs.
You know what? You could sit down with your son and bond and have a great conversation. You could sit down with your daughter and build a memory with her. You can take your dad for one more game and have that moment so that you don't have to sit there and think I didn't get to do that stuff enough. I mean, there are great seats. You might have an opportunity to sit somewhere where most people never get a chance to sit. You know,
or, Ed, you could watch the hockey team that's in the damn playoffs.
You can, but remember, I mean, aren't you the one that, like, or is it Tim that just, all the playoffs are kind of an illusion when, like, half the teams get in, especially the early rounds.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm that's where I am on baseball because they play 162 games. And I loathe that now it's become a crapshoot. I hate that. But I also think I know I'm in the minority. Anytime I voice this perspective, it's met with a lot of
well, sure, because I think people just like to see their teams playing meaningful games, even if they don't think they're going to go all the way. And it does set up for potential Cinderella stories. I would suggest to you that I can buy your argument about 162 games if you're comparing it to football. But hockey's got 82 games. That's plenty. That's plenty to determine really who the better teams are.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The difference is hockey has always done it this way. So is the NBA, whereas baseball just started doing it because it realizes it's entering the back nine of its existence, I think.
But you're saying you like this. He's saying
crazy.
The 7-game versus the random 2
I
out
like
of 3
that if you survive the marathon and win a division, you are rewarded, whereas now baseball is just kind of keeping everybody involved like it's a CYC league.
Yeah, that's you're entitled to that belief. It may just be a lot of us are resistant to change. It's always hard when you're at the front end of a change being done.
Yeah, like, I mean, as a college football fan, I love what college football has done.
Yeah, other sports have made a lot of changes, and most of them are for the better. I just don't want a sport to have so much ego that it can't take back a change if it realizes it's not working.
Yeah, well,
you don't see that a lot. That's unfortunate. A lot of times, once the change is there, it's there. You don't see them take a lot of stuff back. But baseball, I think, does a good job in trying things out in the minor leagues, typically first for a few years before they introduce it here. I don't like the runner that they stick on in extra innings. I think it throws off the statistics of a game completely. I don't like that a pitcher gets credited with a loss when they're not even the one that put that runner on the base. It was put on automatically. I think it really does skew numbers. That said, I also don't feel like sitting through 17 innings of a game to see it come to an end. So, you got to compromise. I mean, it's just filled with compromises with every one of those rules.
It's pretty clear fans don't like the long extra inning games. They don't stick around.
They don't stick around. I mean, that
stadium's empty. The teams don't like it. They run out of pitching. It affects them 2 or 3 days later.
Exactly. I mean, at some point you have to recognize that there's a lot of compelling reasons to do something and a lot of compelling reasons not to do it. And once you know that any selection you make is going to come with an upside and a downside, just make the best decision you can. That you've already realized that there's no perfect decision. Mm-hmm. So you just do it and you just move forward. And you hope that overall it makes things better. So I hate that runner on second, but I will admit that it probably is overall better to do it that way than before.
Is there some other big change you'd like to see in baseball?
Well, I don't know. I actually, I do want to mention something because I'm curious what the listeners might think about this. There's a baseball strategy that was being put out. I don't remember if it was by a minor league team or a college team or maybe just somebody's theory in the book. And what they did was they basically took the right fielder and the left fielder, and whichever one was the better defensive player, they would put them on whatever side was going to be the pull side for the coming hitter. So it was a different type of shift. They didn't leave positions, traditional positions, but they swapped, with the idea being over the course of 162 games, if you had an outfielder who was particularly good and can cover a lot of ground, that you could always have them on the correct side. And that over the course of the year, it might account for as many as 3 to 4 wins difference because of the better defense. Then they took the theory further and said, so rarely do people hit it to the opposite field that you could basically, in essence, have a second DH in your lineup, another person who was mostly just a hitter, didn't offer much defensively, and if you always flip them to the opposite side of the field, you could do that all game long, and no major league team has attempted anything like that. I do remember one time where the Mets wanted to do a righty-lefty pitching shift with McDowell and Jesse Orosco. Mm-hmm. And in between, so they had Orosco, who was a lefty, throw to the lefty. They took McDowell, put him on the mound, to throw to the next guy who is a righty, but they put a Roscoe in the outfield.
Yeah. That was a Whitey Herzog.
Did the same thing with Ken
and then
Daly.
they swatched it. So this is sort of a variation of that. I had never heard this before. What say you about this strategy? Would it work? Does it corrupt the rules, or is it just a creative use of the rules? And what do the listeners think?
I think it's fine with the rules. I think the problem you're going to run into is with the pitch clock. If you got outfielders sprinting to swap places left to right while that clock is running on the pitcher, sooner or later they're going to get pretty tired of sprinting so they can get in the right
but it
spot.
wouldn't be between pitchers. It would be between batters. And between batters, you have a little bit more than the pitch clock. So if you have one batter who's done their move and we see who's coming up, you should have more than enough time to switch, because you wouldn't do it in the middle of an at-bat.
Yeah.
But I think you have a solid 30 seconds in between batters.
I'm not sure when the shot clock starts. I guess the hit as soon as the hitter gets in the box.
Yeah, but there's definitely more than enough time in between batters to do it. So assume that wasn't an issue. Do you think the strategy would work? Do you think that somebody who is a great fielder in left field automatically can switch psychologically and become a great fielder in right field?
Yes, I think they could do that.
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
you can do that. I'm just not sure that there's going to be enough balls that one guy could make a play on and the other guy couldn't, that it would be worth the effort.
That's what I would have thought. But remember, over 162 games throughout the course of it, especially, I would like to see someone try it if they have one guy who's a particularly good fielder and everybody knows it. Great coverage and great arm. And the other guy is admittedly maybe an older veteran that doesn't cover the ground, because otherwise it would be a little insulting, right, to the negative player. I don't know what it would do to their confidence. But take a guy like J.D. Martinez, right? He didn't get a gig this year, right? He's not playing anywhere because he's basically a DH. But he's a guy that you could put him in an outfield corner if you were going to do that kind of a flip-flop, and you'd get another decent bat into your lineup without sacrificing your current DH.
As long as everybody's pulling the ball.
Well, but again, they looked at this statistically, and of course you don't pull the ball 100% of the time, but it's done enough, especially when it comes to the outfield. Mm-hmm. You have more people going the opposite way when it comes to going through the infield or even just a base hit. But when you think about when they fly ball out, it's very rare that they fly ball out to the opposite field. Martin, what do you say?
Ed, making us think on this one. I like outside the box, Ed.
I mean, it's not my theory. I read it, and I was like, I've seen thousands of games, as you guys all have. Never even occurred to me.
Yeah. Those guys might literally be swapping spots almost every other hitter. Because a lot of times batters are right, left, right, left.
They can.
And
Usually,
so these guys are going to be running a path in the outfield.
Generally, but I think most lineups are about 6 righties, 3 lefties. That's considered a balanced lineup. So, you're only talking about, those, a few shifts each time through the lineup.
Yeah.
I don't know. It seems to me like, and maybe you don't do it on every single batter, but maybe you do it on like a handful that are dead pull hitters.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
Why do we not see more of that? I don't know. Listen,
more swapping.
I feel like, has anybody commented on this? We getting anything on the...
I don't know.
Well, they're not always on board with Ed's ideas.
They're not my ideas. Listen,
okay,
guys,
this
is not my idea.
Now, you've said before you welcome the text.
Yes, but listen. I need the listeners to have a certain minimum level of intelligence. And what that requires is that if a person says, this is not my theory, I don't want to take credit for the theory. It may be brilliant, but it is being put out there. It is being discussed. And this is people's opportunity to kind of let their thoughts be known or share their concerns. And then let's see how it plays out.
Well, they largely want to know when John Kelly will be on. I'm just saying that they're ready for hockey, but Ed doesn't want to talk hockey, so they're mad.
In general, you put your strongest armed outfielder in right field. In general,
sure.
So you're gonna switch that.
Well, first of all, the only reason you put your strongest armed outfielder in right field is that they're more likely to have to make the throw to third or to home. Whereas if you're a left fielder, you only have to worry about the throw to home. The throw to third is a very short throw.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that on the throw to home you wouldn't love to have your best arm in left field. It's just that statistically over the course of a game, a right fielder might have to make more long throws because the runners are going to third. You don't throw to first. More often than not, they're throwing to a cutoff man. It shouldn't even make a difference. But either way, you would love to have your best arm and left. It's just you don't have the freedom to do that. You could if you swap the fielders.
You think the analytics guys will take a look at this?
They're already looking at it, and I can't help it. If people want to stick their head in the sand, seriously,
he's doubling down.
They are more. Listen, a lot of people don't like change, but the reality of it is that change is inevitable. It's the only thing constant, right? That's what they say.
Ed Graybeard texted in that said, I like Ed's point of view. However, you're hitting lower than Contreras, so I'm just saying. But no, Graybeard is on board. I like
Listen, I'm not looking to convince anybody that it will work or not work. I'm looking to engage people in finding out, like, what are the unintended consequences of this? Does this hurt the game or improve the game? Is this good strategy, or is this, yet another attempt to work around the rules instead of within them?
Anytime Ed's here, I like it because it gets us talking, it gets us thinking, gets texters involved.
Listen, and nothing makes me happier. If a person out there is made happy, that would be my first choice. If a person out there is made miserable, that would be my second choice.
Well, then you win. You win.
Yeah. So, choice number 3 is indifference, right? I mean, indifference is the thing.
2222222222222. If you want to call Ed and further, they can call you and further the discussion, right?
Sure. Call it more. Hopefully, it'd be more like if you needed an actual lawyer, somebody we could help you with.
That too.
Ed, Herman, Brown and Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com, giving us a variety of thoughts on baseball strategy here on TMA. I'd always appreciate the conversation, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, listen, and think it through, folks, before you get out there and just start hating on stuff. Think it out. Sometimes you got to think it through.
John Kelly joins us next here on TMA.
Yes, Ian, he'll talk.
Welcome back. It is the morning after. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour, and it is our pleasure. Welcome to the program from the Blues television broadcast team, John Kelly. Morning, John.
Hi, Tim. How you doing?
I'm wonderful. I'm curious. Martin is really into logistics. When did you arrive in St. Louis?
2 a.m.
You think 2 a.m.?
That's my guess.
I'm going to take the over on that.
How about the under? We landed around, I'm trying to think. I just woke up a half hour ago, so my mind is a little foggy. I got home at 1 o'clock. How's that? So we landed around 12:30.
Wow.
Yeah.
Impressive.
Not too bad.
Boy, that's a quick, fast, and a hurry turnaround.
No waiting at the airport?
No.
That helps.
No, the security was very efficient and very timely for us. How's that?
Nice.
There's a positive. All right. So, what do you think here? This is certainly disappointing from the standpoint of both games have been there to be won by the Blues, but Winnipeg has really just choked the life out of them in each of the last two third periods. What do you think, if you had to isolate it into a key for Winnipeg's success so far in this series, John?
Well, I think obviously two things is that the top line has killed the Blues. I mean, that's obvious. The Scheifele line has done all the damage. Connor's had the winner in both games, and unfortunately, both game-winning goals, he's been basically wide open. So, you can't do that, obviously. It's easier said than done, but you've got to do a better job against their top players. Secondly, how do the Blues find more offense? That is the million-dollar question. They have scored only one even-strength goal in 2 games. And going back to that game on April 7th that ended their 12-game winning streak, they scored 1 goal in that game and had 15 shots. So this is now becoming a trend for the Blues in Winnipeg, not generating much offense and not scoring goals. So that's a problem. How do you do it? The Jets, number one, they were the best defensive team in the NHL. So this is not a fluke. They're a really good defensive team. And talking to Jamie Rivers, who, of course, played the game last night, on the broadcast during the intermissions, maybe stretch passes. When the Jets, they're very aggressive in the offensive zone. They box you in. They force you to stay in your zone. Maybe stretch them out a little bit. And at the same time, when you do get the puck to the offensive line or the neutral zone, better dump in so you can get to your forecheck. And how many times last night in Game 1 did the Blues get the puck, get it in, and have no forecheck? And a lot of the reason is that the Blues have been hemmed in. So to me, it's called, Ken Hitchcock used to call it the three-quarter ice game. You spend 40 seconds in your own zone, you get the puck out, you dump it in. Well, you can't forecheck, you got to make a line change. So I think those would probably be a couple of the things the Blues would need to do better, is to not spend nearly as much time on their own end and try somehow, some way to get a forecheck going.
And what does Winnipeg do exactly to bottle up the Blues so much?
Well, when the Blues are in their own zone, you watch every single time their defensemen come down the walls and pinch. So they swarm you. And, I think we were talking to some of the players, maybe Jake Neighbors on the intermission interview. When they swarm you, and swarm means, of course, 5 players, around the puck or around where the puck is, you need quick passes. I know in soccer, I think they call it switching sides, right? So that's what you got to do. When they have 5 guys within maybe 30 or 40 square feet, you quick passes can beat that. And it takes execution, and it takes sharpness and crispness. So, that's one thing they can do, is to try to execute better with quick passes and, maybe catch them flat-footed and get them on some odd man breaks. They can be beaten. Every team's system can be taken advantage of in some ways. But, again, they're really good at it, and it's a lot easier said than done.
And, John, same thing, easier said than done, keeping an eye on a guy like Connor. But it baffles me when somebody that good is that open. Like, how is he not accounted for at all times? Is there anything you can do? I mean, I think they know he's a great player. Maybe it's just circumstance, but it does seem like he finds himself sitting in a choice position all alone. Maybe, and if it's once a game, it might be too often.
Well, exactly, and that's why these great players are great players. So, what can they do? They cannot give him nearly as much time and space, and that's just basically the bottom line. And in game one, the Blues iced the puck a couple of times with 2.5 minutes to go, and then off a face-off play, Scheifele makes a great seam pass. So number one, you've got to prevent that seam pass, and number two, somebody needs to be within a stick length of Kyle Connor. I mean, when you're getting ready for that face-off, you have to be aware of who's on the ice, and it's pretty obvious that they had their top line out there. So, again, I think it's just better awareness and not giving players like that a wide-open look. Last night, what happened, I don't know. I really honestly have only seen one or two replays of the game-winning goal. All I do know is that Kyle Connor was wide open in front, 15 in front of Binnington, and he had no chance. So, again, that's a defensive zone breakdown, and, again, it just can't happen.
John Kelly is our guest here on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. You can also watch the program at youtube.com/TMASTL, and always go back and podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app and talk it over with other listeners regarding the conversation. I want to get your perspective on the Blues' health. I think after the first couple of games, the appreciation for Dylan Holloway is maybe a little higher than what it was going into the series. I think the appreciation also for the Winnipeg Jets' talent is a little higher. But how healthy are the Blues beside the obvious absence of Holloway? And then going further into that question, John, did you notice any tentative behavior from Jordan Kyrou after the hit he took in the first period?
I give Jordan Kyrou a lot of credit. He got just absolutely demolished by Stanley, who goes 6'4" or 6'7", 250. And also Lowry. I mean, those are two of the biggest players in the game. Did I notice any tentativeness? No. I think Jordan, again, came back and played a good game and wasn't tentative and wasn't shy. So I really applaud his effort. Not a lot of players would have stayed in the game at that point. So as far as the health of the team, at this time of year, Tim, they don't say much. We do know that Robert Thomas left the game against Utah late in the third period and then missed the practice last week. So he's obviously dealing with something. It looked like off the face-off that, he was favoring, lower body. I don't know exactly what it would have been. But I think he's skated well, and I think Robert has played well. The Blues have 3 power play goals in the series in 2 games, and he of course, scored one of them and is a big part of their power play. So, no, I don't think that injuries are an excuse at all. Obviously, the Blues miss Dylan Holloway, but the Jets are missing a couple players as well they're really top players. Velarde led them in power play goals, and Nikolai Ehlers is their second-line left winger. So you can't use the Holloway injury as a reason why they're losing the series. Obviously, he's a really good player and one of the best forwards the Blues have, but the Jets have some injuries as well.
It looked like maybe Binnington might get hurt, too, and they barreled into him. Both times it happened, it looked like it was innocent that they weren't trying to do it. But it has been happening. You think the Blues are upset by that or might try to do the same thing on the other end of the ice?
Well, in playoffs, Doug, I think you want to try to bump that goaltender as much as you can. But I don't think the one in the second period when Scheifele was going wide, I can't remember who the defenseman was. I don't think there was any intent at all. I don't think he could have done anything. And on the first goal, he actually got run over by his own guy, Snuggerud, who inadvertently, of course, knocked the puck in the net. So, no, I don't think so. I remember back in the 2019 series, in Game 1, on the first shift, Mark Scheifele ran Binnington, and he got a goalie interference penalty, and that was intentional, and he paid a price for it. But I don't think that the plays last night were intentional at all by the Jets. But, do the Blues want to respond? Again, yeah, they need to get in the kitchen a lot more of Hellebuck. And another thing the Blues need to do a lot more of, especially on the power play, and I say that despite the fact the Blues have 3 power play goals, which is fantastic, but in their last couple of power plays last night, they didn't shoot the puck. And they had one in the third period when they're down by a goal. So I'd like more shots on Hellebuck and more traffic in front of the goaltender. I mean, all coaches say that whenever you're not scoring, and I think the Blues need to do more of that.
Yeah, I think Montgomery's line was we need to be net hungry, get in front. But I agree with you on the power play, especially, even though they've had success with the man advantage. Those were their best chances, I think, last night to either win that game or get back in that game. They were gifted some, power plays, and it's got to be frustrating. You're calling it, and you see them just cycling the puck around. And I get it. You want to really set up the perfect shot, but Montgomery even alluded to it in the postgame that sometimes you got to just shoot it. And I know you're not going to scream like a fan, John, and just say shoot, but you have to be thinking it at times.
Well, I think it a lot. Like a fan, and again, the power play has been really good since early March. It's around 28%, and it's been great in the series. But when you have two power plays, there were three last night with a chance to tie the game, and in particular the last one, both Falk and Thomas passed up a lot of scoring chances to shoot the puck last night. And sometimes you might get a lucky goal. It could hit something. The goalie could miss it. But at the same time, most of the time, if you get it on goal, what it does, it creates chaos. The puck hits the goalie, and who knows where it's going to go, and it's chaotic. And sometimes you get to those rebounds. So I think that would be the criticism of the power play that, again, has good numbers, but you need to put more volume on Hellebuck. And, maybe you wear the guy out. Who knows? But shoot the puck more.
And then J.K. had the stat of the night that depressed an entire city.
Yeah.
He said the Blues have been down 2-0 18 times in franchise history, and only once have they come back. That great stat by you, John, but it's time to change history is what it is.
I was surprised to hear that when you said that last night on the broadcast. It was 73, I think you said, against the North Stars. That was the deal?
72, yeah.
72?
I remember the series. That might have been the series that Kevin O'Shea scored in overtime in Minnesota to win the series. But, as a broadcaster last night, I debated about giving that stat because I'm just being honest with you guys and the listeners, because it's a negative stat, but it tells a story. So I threw it out there. I don't know what you guys think, but I got that stat. I don't know where I got it, but it's just a fact. And, teams down 2-0 are in trouble. But, I think the game has changed. More teams are coming back from, in games from behind and things like that. And I know Blues fans are down, but the bottom line is they've lost 2 one-goal games, and both games have been tied in the third period. So, you win game 3, and you got to win game 3. You're right back in it, and who knows what happens. So, all is not lost. I know it's depressing to lose games and be down 2-0. But sometimes history writes a new chapter, and hopefully that can happen here.
Yeah, and John, I don't think anybody was mad at you. It was a fascinating stat. I think we just assumed there'd been more along the way.
Right. Man. It's a fact is a fact.
Yeah.
You say the facts. That's my reaction too, Martin, that you got to go back 50-plus years. That was really surprising to me because they had the 3-1 comeback against the Coyotes, right? Am I right on that? That was in 99?
It was 3-1.
3-1 to the Wings in 91, maybe?
Yep.
Yeah.
And in 91, they were down to Detroit and came back and won in 7. So when I was in Colorado, I know different team, different, story, but the Avalanche played Detroit in the first round in 99, and Detroit had won back-to-back Stanley Cups. And Detroit came into Denver and won the first 2 games of the series. So the Avalanche were down 2-0 after losing 2 home games. Guess what? The Avalanche won the next 4 games and won the series.
How about that, Doug?
Yeah, we can come back.
So just because you're down 2-0, all is not lost. And I've seen it before, and hopefully I'll see it again.
Yeah, and I do think all that narrative going into this about Winnipeg, they haven't won anything. They've got a great team. They've got a core that's been together. If some way, somehow you win 2 here at home, then all of a sudden going back there, then they might start to feel that a little bit again. You never know. I think it's way too early. Doug, get back on board, buddy.
I'm on board.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Everybody else, get back on board.
It's like they had several good scoring chances very early in that game last night, and had they scored 1 or 2 of those, it would have been a completely different game, obviously.
And they had a great start in game 1. And now you come home, and the matchups can change. And obviously their top line has been great. So maybe just little tweaks where you get better matchups against the Scheifele line can just make a difference in a very, very tight series. Who knows?
John Kelly. here on Tuesdays on TMA. Hopefully, when we talk with John next Tuesday, he will be in Winnipeg for a morning skate for a 2-2 series, getting ready for Game 5, which will set the stage, Doug, for that 4-2 Blues series win on Friday, May 2nd in Game 6.
I like that.
There you go. There's the game
Now
plan.
you're talking, Tim.
There we go.
Now you're talking.
There we go. Thank you, John. As always, appreciate it, man.
All right. Thanks, guys. Talk to you next week.
Looking forward to it. That's John Kelly every Tuesday here on TMA, giving us his perspective on getting hot and winning babies.
And going back to what Joey Vitale said on the Curbside podcast, he said there's things you can do at home, like maybe take Thomas off that defending Scheifele and Connor. Take that pressure, especially if he's limited in some way. Maybe that opens him up offensively. Try not to match him up directly against their top line. His other idea was to move Fowler down so that he has some more opportunity offensively and less of a concern defending against Scheifele and Connor.
Toropchenko didn't play much last night. He was only on the ice less than 10 minutes. But he seems like a good physical presence to me. When he's out there, he seems to make things happen.
Yeah, if you watch, when he gets hit, he doesn't move.
Right, he's big and he's fast.
Yes.
Yeah, and he might get in those guys' faces a little bit. Maybe we'll see more of him.
Jets are almost impossible to beat at home. They played them tight. Winnie, lose, I still like what I saw for the most part. That's from the 636.
Okay.
Tough draw. It's just the Jets' time, I believe. That's from Pele Blanco. Yeah. Are we just pretending that we don't have a UFL team anymore? This is a Battlehawks town now.
Oh,
that's from
stop
Big
it.
Tough.
Okay. It is. It can be all these towns. It can be a Blues town, a Cardinal town, a City town. It can be all that.
What is Chicago's town?
Chicago's my town, see?
Say, how about that? Edward G. Robinson, Martin. He
Robinson.
played a pharaoh in the Ten Commandments.
Manny Wilkins out for the season, Doug, your Battlehawks quarterback.
Yeah, that doesn't help much, does it?
No, out for the season. And then Anthony Becht was asked on the call yesterday, is it career ending? And I thought, wow, but he basically said it might be because he's almost 30. He tore his Achilles, Manny Wilkins did, early in that game on Saturday. What's interesting is that he said Aaron Rodgers called him because they had been teammates in Green Bay, Wilkins, and he had also obviously suffered the torn Achilles. Called to console him. Battlehawks back in town Saturday. Tim, is that a 6 o'clock start at the Dome?
Jackson, I know you're going.
6
o'clock. You getting down there like a noon?
Get a bucket of chicken. Get on down there. The Michigan Panthers are
Lee's
here.
fried chicken, a bucket of.
Fly with me, lesbian Battlehawk.
Doug, what a beautiful song there by Ken Eastrode.
6 o'clock at the Dome. The Michigan Panthers, no longer coached by Jeff Fisher, in town.
A little reunion would have been nice.
With Fish?
You emotional?
Sure would have. Emotional.
I miss the Fisher years, man.
We will fly in Thursday to go to the Blues game. The team will bond, and then we'll fly back to Michigan Friday. But I'll stay behind, so I'll be at Napoli. The team will do a walkthrough.
He had great. They call them croquis, the little strings attached to the glasses
that came together in the middle too.
Yeah,
you did those weird glasses.
That's what those are called.
The things on the back might be a brand, but croquis is certainly.
So this could be YOLO right now.
Well, I don't know if like a librarian's chain around their glasses would be called a croquis, but I think the cloth version is.
Oh.
I'll be turned.
Doug, I'm feeling educated on the program this morning. Design Air Heating and Cooling email the day is where you can educate us by emailing in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And we're giving away tickets to Adam Wainwright's show coming up on July 27th at the factory. That's the Big League Bash. That's the prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, where you join Adam Wainwright for an unforgettable evening of music, sports, and giving back to support Big League Impact. You can find all the ticket details for the Big League Bash now at 101ESPN.com. That's the prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. And I don't know, Doug, this is what happens in April. The forecast, it fluctuates. We've got glorious conditions in the St. Louis metropolitan area today. It's 60 and sunny right now, with highs getting up to 77 degrees and sunny this afternoon.
Boy, that's nice.
Tomorrow, highs 78, sunny all day long. How do you do?
Perfect.
Now, no longer any rain in the forecast on Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday. So here we go. Maybe some in the forecast on Friday, 75% chance of rain right now, but that can change. Just like the Blues' fortunes in this playoff series can change by Friday.
Just like it, yeah.
Design Air is online at designairservice.com. It's time to get your air conditioning ready for the warm weather months. Work with Seth Goldcamp, just like Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn, and myself do. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Longest running sponsor on TMA. It is 8:56 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. The program is The Morning After, and it airs on 101 ESPN and on YouTube on the TMA STL channel. Tim McKernan here for Stewart's American Mortgage. If you're someone who is looking to purchase a home, a refinance, or if you're looking to consolidate some of your ugly credit card debt, maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go to do any of these things, I'll make it easy for you. Call Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Corporation. He'll help you every step of the way. If it's a new home you're looking to purchase, he will get you to the closing table fast. Try 10 days, and he will get you the best interest rate possible. And he also has the bagel loan that can help you out too. What's the bagel loan? Well, if you borrow $200,000 or more, there's no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, and no closing costs. Stewie is your guy, and he makes it easy. Any questions on rates, the industry, the trends, give Stewie a call. Call him directly on his personal cell phone. That's 314-324-4440. That's his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update, and that is brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cardinals lose a heartbreaker last night, 7-6 in Atlanta. Back in action tonight. First pitch at 6:15 against the Braves. Andre Palante toeing the slab for your Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Yeah. Yeah. Bring it to the loo.
Before the show. There you go, Doug. That gets you fired up.
It does. I feel better now.
The Cardinals, unfortunately, were not able to win last night. Ran into some problems in the 8th inning, and it was the Phil Maton game. Ali Marmol tossed for the first time as the Cardinals have lost 5 in a row. Something I'm going to be able to say throughout the course of the 2025 campaign. They didn't lose any ground in the Central because everybody else lost too.
Mm-hmm. So that's good. We got that going for us.
Right. The Cubs remain in first place. Cardinals, a game up on the Pirates on last place. They're 9-14 after losing last night. Here is a call of the game ending at bat from Cardinal third baseman Nolan Arenado.
Okay.
Didn't mean to. That is a fair ball right in front of the plate. What a cruel way to end this game. A check swing roller stays fair. Iglesias and the Braves survive game 1, Brad. 7-6 your final.
The Cardinals now 0-5 in one-run games per the Stiefel dossier.
And that's when it bothers me more that they don't use Ryan Helsley. The best pitcher, the only All-Star on the team last year, has pitched exactly 1 inning in the last 10 days while they've lost close games. I just have a fundamental, philosophical difference of opinion in the way they use their best pitcher.
He's pitched 1 time since April 11th.
Mm-hmm.
So about a week and a half now, he's pitched 1 time. And there's some games that you're blown out. You're not going to use him. You can't get to him. He can't go 2 innings. Apparently that doesn't work, or it's not part of his makeup. You could argue in that game last night, okay, is the 8th inning the biggest inning, Doug? Well, the 9th is typically. But the problem is you don't really have guys. I trusted Maton. I lobbied yesterday, start using him instead of Fernandez. Phil Maton pitches every night. They didn't go to Fernandez in the 8th. Phil Maton. Romero's been rough. You got a lot of people in that bullpen you don't trust.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could have used Helsley in the 8th. You're up 3-2, but then you still got to get the 9th.
At some point, you got to use Helsley just to keep him sharp, unless they're trying to make sure he doesn't get hurt because they're trying to trade him.
Well, at some point, if you keep losing, and this is the terrible start that you were trying to avoid just to re-engage the fan base at least somewhat, the Arenados, maybe Fetty, Helsley, at some point, if you're buried, maybe it's a tick early for that. But if you're buried, then you start going, okay, open season over here.
Mm-hmm. But as Tim just said, the Central is so weak that will they ever truly be buried? You know,
we're right in this baby.
I just think record-wise.
Yeah, I think
if you
record-wise,
get to mid to late May and you're 8, 9, 10 under, you may say, all right, trade deadline's out for a couple months, but we are open for business.
Guys, the Redbirds are on a pace to be 63-99 this season. That is from the 314.
Well, we're not the worst team on the road. We're 1-10. The Rockies are 1-11, and Tampa's 0-3. So I'm feeling pretty good about the road campaign.
How are the Padres doing? Schultz really on that hot seat yet?
No,
they did lose last night, so maybe there'll be some calls for them.
Yeah, the Tigers. Oof.
First place showdown.
I'm not saying it, but I think people in San Diego might be.
Schultz needs to go.
Victor Scott, 3 hits last night. Cards had 11 hits.
Hometown hero.
With Lars Nootbaar having some issues as of late and Victor Scott having the early season performance, I wonder if they think about moving him up.
Yeah. Yeah, I would. I'd get a speed.
I know
up
you're
there.
an advocate of that. Victor Scott, for the record, he is 3 for 4 now at 264. Lars Nootbaar has fallen off as of late. He was 0 for 5 last night, down to 238. Wilson Contreras did get it going last night with his second home run of the season. He went 2 for 5. He's up to $182.
Mm-hmm. Which is nice.
Jordan Walker is having some problems.
Which is not nice.
And that's going into the season, kind of realizing that this thing isn't most likely going to be magical. That was one of the players I really wanted to see something from, and after a quick start, it has regressed.
Well, I think with him, they'll just keep putting him out there every game. I think. He's still only 22. Maybe he'll get it figured out here quickly, but I just don't think that they're going to go back to the minor leagues for him and
I'm not
there.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm just making the observation that it didn't.
Yeah, I think no matter how much he struggles, he's still going to be in there every night.
But the shame is on this trip here, you've had winnable starts. Libitor Saturday, Sonny Gray Sunday, and Fetty last night. Fetty got hit by a comebacker, stayed in the game. I mean, he gave up a 2-run homer, but that's it. He's pitched fairly well, so you're getting these decent starts. Your bullpen is just trash.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, they pitch Leahy every night. And that is part of the game now. Everybody goes 5 or 6 innings. That means every single night, somebody's got to go the other 3. And you're at a point now where, and you mentioned it, Doug, Helsey might have to pitch tonight at some point. You got to use the guy. And I just wish to God, if you were well rested, could you go 2? And apparently the answer is still no.
Of course not.
Because last night would have been the night. You're desperate to get a road win. You're desperate to end this streak. And if he could have come and shut it down in the 8th and 9th, that would have been huge.
The rules for using a closer now have been sent down on a tablet of commandments where they must only be used in a closing situation, only 1 inning. And that's it. And that's that. I don't agree with that at all. I think many games are lost in the 7th and 8th. And I know closers want to know when they're going to be used. I'd like to know exactly what my role is. I get that, but at some point you got to be versatile. If the object is to win these games, you got to have some versatility and be able to do different things sometimes.
In the Stiefel dossier, Jackson, you were Ali Marmol was disappointed in the ending, but he liked the process. Is that an accurate? I want to hear the sound.
You bet.
You bet.
If you remove yourself from the result, which is what I'm trying to do at the moment, the guys are building towards something that's good. But to be in the losing side of it again, it is frustrating. But you look at how they battled against the 9th inning arm there, some really good at-bats. You get within 1, come up short. But, again, good baseball until it wasn't there at the end.
Doug, that's not going to play well.
No, I wouldn't think that's going to play well.
Doing this long enough to know when things will play well and when things will not play well, that would fall into the category of that's not going to play well.
You cannot distance yourself from the result. That's the whole reason you play, is to try to get the W.
Yeah, it's consistent with what he said all year. However, I think it's time and place situation where it's like after a loss like that.
2 years ago, there was the this loss will help us in September.
Yeah. And it didn't, did it?
No.
I think for a draft pick, it did.
So Wynn is expected to play today.
That's correct. He is expected to come off the IL today.
Do you think they send down Sajasi or Siani?
Or Pleasant Gentleman may be expendable at this point.
Doug, the Pleasant Gentleman.
I would think it's Baker or Siani.
You don't think it'll be Sajasi?
Siani and Scott are basically the same player. You don't need 2 of them.
Vic just hits way better.
Yeah.
But I think you probably need that extra outfielder as opposed to Luke. And I love Luke and Baker.
Delightful gentleman.
He seems like the odd one out just because
that's a tough conversation.
Lack of versatility.
Too. And you can't sense, they probably will sense the JC, but you can't. He's just
for everyday ABs, that's what they would do it for.
I know, but he's proven he can handle this utility role and he can hit. You're a little limited when somebody goes down. We've seen that. Donovan's got to play every position. My guess is they'll send Baker down, but I wouldn't rule out them sending down Sajasi. That's a tough. If you tell Baker you're going back.
Baker's got to clear
Memphis.
waivers, I believe.
Yeah, I would say it's Siani. He's only playing an inning a game as a defensive replacement. You got plenty of outfielders. You got plenty. You got Newt Barr and Walker and Scott.
Was your starting
and Donovan can play out there.
Can play, yeah.
Especially when Wynn is back.
Guys, Ali Marmol's moral victories are pathetic. That's like not getting a table at Napoli, so you settle for Napoli St. Charles. That's gross. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Laduma.
It's right there off 70. You can get there.
Gross.
It's a self-made stay-at-home Laduma, Martin, and she is one of the top candidates for the Real Housewives of TMA. And we're going to wait for the end of the Blues playoff run to have the auditions.
Is Napoli St. Charles a bar scene also? Or is that just a restaurant?
Jackson, I know you get out there. How would you describe the scene?
Oh, wow. It's something to marvel.
Is it really?
I've never been. I've been to the Napoli.
Well, you folded quick on that take.
I didn't want to misrepresent the situation.
There's one in Kirkwood now, too.
That's right.
There's one in
But
Town
I think
and
that's
Country.
just basically just a restaurant. It's not a big, giant patio party
Cafe
scene.
Napoli and Bar Napoli. Han bombs.
Yeah. Han bombs.
Yes, we're the Real Housewives of TMA.
Get it ready. Get it in the holster there. So is it Sajasi just because you have to option Baker, or are you at a point where you're like, what do we have? Baker's had 24 at-bats.
Luke and Baker got legs like a trunk.
Okay, that's a factor.
Baker gives you a big home run threat off the bench if you need it.
So you're good with...
What is Siani giving you right now? What's he giving you?
He plays every
Luke
day.
Baker has options. He does
have options.
searching.
Okay.
He has options.
Okay.
Luke and Baker has options, meaning the Cardinals can send him to AAA Memphis if needed.
I just think he gives you a unique style of pinch hitter who might hit the ball out of the park for you when you need it. I don't know what Siani's giving you that everyone else can't give you.
He comes in for Walker every game.
Yeah, the defense replacement, pinch run, I guess.
What do? I come in for Jordan Walker every night.
I would prefer to see Siani go down, because Doug just said the home run threat, and then obviously Sajasi's been so effective. However, I think it's either Sajasi or Baker.
Jackson, Napoli, St. Charles, a great place. The clientele covers a wide spectrum.
I didn't even say anything about it.
You trashed it pretty badly.
I didn't even say anything. I've never been there. Which isn't a shot. I just haven't been there. I don't live near there.
By never going means you hate it?
I don't often go out to drink to places that are 30 minutes from my home.
Yeah.
You know, like that's a
you would enjoy the scenery at both, okay?
I guess that's the great thing about this town, you know, is you can...
That's a great thing about this town.
There's
You
Napoli's
get out and
closer.
get some fresh air.
Beautiful people wherever you go.
Fresh air in your lungs. That's a
true.
reason to go to the ball
I
game.
like that.
I enjoyed that from that.
Rights holder Vaughn was ready to crown them the World Series champs after the first 2 weeks. Who could have foreseen it a worse lineup and rotation would have yielded this outcome? He's a horse's ass for doing it.
Oh,
that's a big tuft.
Well, they didn't look bad until they lost these last 5 in a row.
Had some problems in the Angels and Red Sox series after the Minnesota Twins, who have the best record in the game.
They do?
Okay, I'm looking at the 1991 standings.
They could easily have won those first 2 with the Angels. They'd have been 5-0. Those were extra inning games.
The math doesn't work this way, but since that Twins series sweep, the Cardinals
no, Martin, don't do it.
Cardinals are 6-14. 6.
I'm worried that they're going to play a game and no fans will show up at Busch Stadium.
Like
I think
late period athletics game.
Yeah, I don't want that to happen.
Bring back the cardboard cutouts.
Rally Hoosier.
Did have cardboard cutouts for a while.
And many of these games have been winnable. You're right there. Last night, late rally, came up short. They battled.
Yeah.
Got that iron out. He just swings at it and just literally rolls an inch in front of the plate.
Would we call it a dribbler? Would we call it a nubber? Nubber? Don't you like the term little nubber?
I don't mind it.
That was
wants to be little nubber in the text inbox.
That was about my average hit in softball. About
You'd have a little nubber?
That's when I hung up my spikes. It was so emasculating. Pitch, meatball, pumpkin comes in, and I would just hit it with so much spin, it would bounce back to me.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And
Did they tag you out right there at the plate?
overrunning fly balls and having to jump at the last second. I shut it down, hung up the spikes.
Well, the Cardinals do have a stretch of games after they get home from Atlanta. Late April and May, they're going to see the Brewers for 3, the Reds for 4. They got the Pirates for 3. They got Washington for 3. The Mets sprinkled in there also.
You glossed over the
Tough.
Mets.
Yeah,
Why do you hate Juan Soto?
That's going to be a tough 3 games. But all those other games could really determine where it goes, if it really goes south or if we're right in this baby.
They do have back-to-back weekend homestands, which is rare. This weekend, the Brewers, then they go out of town to Cincy, then they're back for the Mets. Not to go full Douglas. On you, but it is kind of weird to see weekends back-to-back with a road trip in between. So that should help a little bit. Doug, the weekend bump.
Well, yeah, it better.
You're going against Game 4, Sunday, April 27th.
That's going to be problematic down at the old ball yard, Martin.
Brewers are here. Chance to see Jackson Churio and get some air in your lungs. Quintana's return. He's slated to pitch that day. And then Friday, May 2nd, Game 6, even more problematic. The Mets are here. Mets and Juan Soto, while the Blues are playing a Game 6.
There you go. There's your schedule for the festivities coming up here over the next couple of weeks. There could be 2 head-to-head for the Blues, and the Cardinals don't have to worry about it on Thursday night. Doug, could you tell me about, or Martin, could you tell me about Design Air Heating and Cooling?
Yeah, we need something positive, guys. Everybody's a little down. Let's get positive and talk about a success story, and that is Design Air. Since 1904, working in St. Louis, all around this area, getting folks comfortable year-round, whether it's the wintertime, your furnace needs repair, summertime, the air conditioner, all year long. Design Air will keep you comfortable. DesignAirService.com. That's the website. Sign up for an appointment if you want to get the air conditioner service before the summer season kicks in. That's always a good idea. And when it goes kaput, you got to get a new unit. Make sure you get it through Design Air because they're going to be here for the long haul. That's what you want when you're replacing your HVAC unit. Those technicians come in. They'll do the repair. If you need a replacement, they'll let you know, but they work closely with their repair team to make sure they're not inside upselling you. That can just add to the stress. Design Air, 4th generation family-owned business. St. Louis success story that started in 1904. Get online at DesignAirService.com.
Eric in the Central West End is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Jackson finds him attractive, but he's not attracted to him.
Oh, no.
Morning, Eric.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my phone call.
Well, hello, Eric.
Man, long-time texter. He doesn't call too often.
No, but when there's something that's interesting, I feel like I should chip in.
Okay.
Sure.
We're just chopping it up here.
So we all know about 10 years ago, nobody covered the Rams relocation better than Tim.
Gosh.
There you go.
Nice living play. Anything else?
Thank you. Well, so that's why I wanted to bring up. Have you guys been paying attention to the Bengals situation?
We did talk about the Bengals situation, I believe, last week, Eric.
Oh. Well, I guess I'll go ask myself then. I didn't know that.
Just tell us what you think. Is it going to happen?
Get that down on yourself about it.
Any chance at all that it happens?
The segment ended with Bengals come home.
I missed that. I thought I was dropping a little nuggets, and I'll go bleach myself.
Well, would you be happy to see the striped tigers come to town?
Well, as the cat used to say, you can't swing a dead cat in this town without seeing Bengals stuff.
Amen.
So I think it's time that they do come home. What do you guys think?
Based on what you're saying, it sounds like it's going to happen.
Well, it is weird. It's an eerily similar situation that we went through here.
Well, so are you getting this from, there is a story on Yahoo Sports, but as is the case in media in 2025, Jackson, you call it the great aggregators?
Yeah, aggregation season.
I think the column that Yahoo Sports is citing is from, Martin, the 2 Fox. I think that's what's going on.
I think our digital sports guy, Joey Schneider, writes some sports columns. So I think he just threw out some scenarios.
That's correct. So Yahoo Sports has a column. It's written by Doug, Nick Gladney.
Don't know him.
And then in the column, as you read along, and it's on Yahoo Sports, at the end it says Fox 2 reached out to the St. Louis mayor's office for a comment on this. So they just basically cut and paste the thing. But that is when you type in Bengals relocating to St. Louis. That is one of the sources. For the record, the Bengals lease at what is now Paycor Stadium is set to expire following the 2025 season. It expires June 30th, 2026.
I'll just take a guess that probably no comment could be reached from the mayor's office.
No, she commented. Kara Spencer did.
She did.
Oh, what did she
regarding the Bengals?
When asked about the potential for another pro sports team in the city of St. Louis during a media briefing on April 10th, Mayor Kara Spencer said the idea is a, quote, worthwhile consideration.
All right. So it's going to happen.
Wow. How about that?
It almost sounds like a done deal to me. Maybe I'm reading too much into it.
Are you in a tunnel, Eric?
I think it's working out.
No, Jackson will like this. I am at the gym.
Yeah.
These two guys.
I heard some iron, and you were a little out of breath at the beginning, which is fine.
Oh.
No, it's, hey, listen.
Yeah, you guys did catch me off guard. Sorry.
We called you?
Yeah.
Hold on a second. This is from the River to Perry yacht captain, Doug. I saw Joe Burrow in Wayner Park in Shrewsbury the other day. I'm pretty sure he is house shopping. That's from the River to Perry yacht captain. So Joe Burrow looking to move into Shrewsbury. That's used to be St. Michael's Parish. Now it's what?
Oh, boy.
Holy
Redeemer? Would they go to Holy Redeemer?
No, home of the Penguins. That's Webster.
Kind of a composite.
But if they lost their parish.
Joe Burrow's had some home issues. He might not want to give out his address.
That's true. Right.
I do think it's noteworthy. I mean, there's not often that you have like a star-laden team that could potentially relocate that doesn't have a future stadium issue settled. That's what's interesting about it.
Mm-hmm. And you'd think they'd move to another city with a stadium issue?
They said, they do want a worse stadium to go to, which is why St. Louis is on the list.
Okay, top of that list, yeah. All right, well, I'm convinced it's going to happen.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know this wasn't a good call, but I'll hang up and listen.
It wasn't bad.
Thank you, Eric. Eric from the gym. That's Eric in the Central West End.
Voice quality, a little bit of Matt Holiday there, it seems like. Just
that's a nice read.
A little bit.
That's a nice read. Doug, it's Holy Cross now. That's from the Irish Curse.
That's the one in Shrewsbury?
Yes, so.
They changed the name of it?
Yeah.
Why would they do that?
Burrow's going to move to Soulard to remind him of LSU. He'll be a regular at Mardi Gras. That's from Mongo.
I don't know. Doesn't he make like $50 million?
Makes a lot.
Are there a lot of people in Soulard making $50 million a year?
Most
of them are.
Yeah.
AB.
Okay.
So the
stand corrected.
I have to do some uniform work. We got to change those up if they're coming.
I always thought the Pro Football Talk was simply aggregating that Mike Florio became huge.
Yeah, he did.
But if you would read it, it would be according to Jim Thomas of the Post-Dispatch, according to Jim Wyatt of the Nashville Tennessean, and it was smart, I guess, good business. But I always felt like, well, this is just somebody else's work. And now that is the game across the board.
That is the game. And things just get passed off as truths, and that's the way that the world works. Doug, that is the major we decided to pursue.
Right, and darn proud of it. Well, it was so challenging academically.
That's correct.
That's really what I just wanted to exercise my brain.
That's correct.
With the hardest career choice and curriculum that I could find.
That's correct. I toured St. Gabriel's with my kid recently, and Jamar Chase was there with his family. That's from Rob McClanahan.
Okay,
but
more
my
sightings.
good friends call me Rue. So there are a lot of spottings here in the St. Louis metropolitan area. Jamar Chase over at St. Gabriel's and Joe Burrow house shopping in Shrewsbury. So I don't know if you guys want to go with it or not, but
I say yes.
It's starting to firm up.
Don't you think working for the Two Fox is more prestigious than getting a PhD?
That's fair. Chuck doesn't really even need to come on the show anymore. We have so many drops. It feels like he's always with us.
He's omnipresent. Guys, I'm in discussion with Lix's father-in-law. A new stadium is in play on the OW site. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. They're going to build the new stadium.
That'll go well with the membership.
Warson? Boy, the parking's going to be tough.
It'd be a delight for the residents.
Yeah, so all the traffic would be people on Litzinger and Warson there?
Warson.
Oh, God.
Should be good for Sportsman's Park.
Seriously, it'd take 5 hours to get into the game. One-lane road.
Kind of like going to Foxborough, Tim.
That's right. Foxborough, that's what it was like. They're driving through Kirkwood.
Really?
One lane
All of a
out.
sudden, there's an NFL stadium.
Isn't Dodger Stadium, is it like one lane in? But
No,
it's near the
highways.
highway. Right.
But it's tough to get out of the actual
Right.
structure.
Right.
I've always said that if you're a Dodger player, even if you're making $50 million, what do you do when the game ends? I would sit there for 3
have to
hours.
wait, right?
Yeah.
Just wait it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe they do.
St. Mike's, Annunciation, OLP, and some other dump combined to form Holy Cross.
Oh.
Doug, we're not going to perish shame on this program, especially with St. Gabriel's taking so much shrapnel.
That's right.
Well, they brought that on themselves.
There's a bunch of championship banners.
Yeah, and where'd they come from?
Great victories.
Somebody's mother had a little embroidery business.
Why you are going to be facing some problems with that comment.
Doug, I heard
Cal Kennedy texts me.
They're already printing next year's banners right now, Doug.
Might as well. You too.
Do other grade schools have a lot of banners up in their gyms?
No, they don't.
That's probably
because they don't haven't won them.
Right.
Thank you, Jackson.
We had the Thunder don't have a bunch of banners up. It's not because the Celtics, scammed their way to the 18 rings, baby.
So is that a defense of St. Gabe's?
Yes.
I don't know.
I'm team St. Gabe's. I don't know their mascot, but
Gators.
Gators?
Yeah.
Are they really?
That seems odd.
I don't remember any banners at Crestwood Elementary because some third grade team won a Parcheesi tournament.
Slander. T. Higgins almost tested the market, but then he heard the team was moving, did karaoke at Carson's on his official visit, and he signed that bitch on the spot. That's from Carlos Spicy. So T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, and Joe Burrow have been spotted in the area.
It's starting to add up.
So I said, I think I'm going to go sing somewhere.
What a drop. My neck was hurting. All right. Email in. Designer Heating and Cooling email today coming up in about an hour and 15 minutes. The program's called TMA, and it airs on 101 ESPN. Universal Windows Direct has a great spring deal for you going on right now. If spring cleaning has you thinking about spring upgrading, this is the month to do it. Freshen up your home's look, boost your energy efficiency, and save big during Universal Windows Direct's spring home improvement event. Right now, it's their classic fan favorite offer. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and there's no limit. Need 4, you pay for 2. Need 12, you pay for 6. You get the idea, but this month the savings don't stop there. For a limited time, Universal Windows Direct is also offering no interest until 2030. That's right. Upgrade your home today and don't pay a cent in interest for 6 whole years. It's the easiest way to start your project without the financial pressure. And here's the real spring surprise. Get a bonus $500 off your entire home improvement project. That's all at Universal Windows Direct. So what are you waiting for? Upgrade your curb appeal, increase your energy savings, and take on those big projects with confidence. Schedule your free in-home estimate today by calling 314-334-2522 or visiting universalwindowsdirect.com. Universal Windows Direct, for the last windows you'll ever need. Go with Universal Windows Direct, and like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Let's go Blues, go for the gold. For that cup I'd sell my soul. Nothing better than playoff time. In the NHL, you got to be primed. Come on, boys. Keep your head on a swivel. Heading for the top, not the middle. People might think I'm crazy, but if we just get hot, we can win this baby. We can win this baby.
Doug, that puts you in a good headspace right there. It's TMA here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, joined by John Kelly in our Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. The 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreenstl.com. Mark Scheifele has been a thorn in the side of the Blues, and it's been him and Connor who have been owning souls in the third period. He talked last night following another whiteout victory about the chemistry between he and Connor.
I've probably gotten 2 of the luckiest goals of my life, but I feel great. I play with some amazing guys. So it's a good feeling. It's a great group in here, and just love battling with the guys every night.
So the chemistry between you and Kyle Connor has been unbelievable. You combined for 51 goals in the regular season and 4 to this point, 2 games of this series. How would you describe that chemistry?
Oh, he's amazing. I'm so lucky to play with him. He's a phenomenal player, a phenomenal guy. I love going to battle with that guy every night, and I have since I started with him a home game in Columbus like 9 years ago. So he's been absolutely amazing, and it's a pleasure to play with him.
Well, they're owning souls.
Yes, they are. And I was thinking, I don't wish ill on anybody, but if Scheifele were to have some tax problems, maybe the IRS could suspend him for a couple games and he wouldn't be able to play the remainder of the series. If you're Scheifele, what are you going to do? You're going to call Mark Milton.
Yeah.
That's what most people in St. Louis do if they have problems with a godforsaken tax man. Maybe they have unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, keeping them up at night. They could be facing IRS criminal investigation. That's when you call old Mark Milton, the STL tax lawyer. He started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. So this is one of the best guys in the country at what he does. Mark now helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems, and the hockey player, too, if he needed it. If you have IRS problems, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today. You know what you'll be saying? I'm not guilty. I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Why the F would we care what these turds say post-game?
Oh.
Turn it off!
Oh.
It's Sharon, and she is in Clayton.
Oh, gosh.
I like the fact he admitted 2 of the luckiest goals he could have had.
Yeah, well, that's what it takes, puck luck.
Thank you.
And the Blues have gotten none of that yet. None of the bounces have gone their way.
It was a
so
puck
far.
luck festival, and all the games last night, if I'm not mistaken. So you had Ovechkin getting his first ever.
That shocked me.
That's another. We got the John Kelly stat on the 72 Blues being the only team to come back from a 2-0 deficit. That's something else. Last night during the broadcast, and he talked about it with us earlier. And then Ovechkin, Martin, never having a playoff overtime winner.
I saw that headline where they said he got his first goal, and I thought, first goal this series, right? Not in his career.
First playoff
goal
overtime
in his career.
Overtime.
Oh, okay. First overtime.
Yeah. So L'Habitant, Suzuki scored a goal by 4 minutes left in the third period. That goes to overtime, but 2.5 minutes in, Ovechkin gives the Caps the win. Then you had the Blues and Jets, and while it didn't go to overtime, it was another 1-goal game. Following that, you had the Stars and Avs. That one wound up going to OT as well. The Avs had a 3-2 lead. Dallas comes back, ties it, wins it overtime. And then you had anarchy in Los Angeles. I mean, you really had to be committed to stay up to watch this one. I got my information from the Scott Van Pelt Sports Center. Great to have SVP back, so now I can watch Sports Center. And they were up 4-0 on the defending Western Conference champion Oilers. And then with 2 goals, with the goalie pulled late, Edmonton is able to come back and tie it looks like they're going to overtime. And then with like a, Doug, was it Pascal Perez who had the eephus pitch? With the Expos?
Yeah, he's one of them. Yeah.
Well, anyway, Pascal Perez got the game-winning goal with an eephus pitch shot that just floated past for the game-winning goal with about 40, 50 seconds left in L.A. And the Kings, who are banty roosters about being sent home the last few years by the oil, do not blow the lead. They get the win after being up 4-0. They wind up winning it in regulation. So nonstop from 6 o'clock until probably sometime after midnight local time, you had thrilling Stanley Cup playoff action. But Jackson sent a link over regarding hockey's ratings, Jackson. And what do we got going on here?
So the NHL's ratings, that would be on ESPN and TNT, so national broadcasts, are down 12%. And if you're looking to compare and contrast, I know I'm not, but I know people will. The NBA's ratings are down only 2% on the same networks.
You
now,
didn't.
But if I
you didn't
remember,
want to compare.
Well, now if I remember, if I can think back, probably early December, the NBA ratings were down considerably across the board, and it was the only thing people could talk about. People were doing TED Talks about it.
They were doing TED Talks on the NBA ratings?
Major rule changes were considered, and now
Weren't they going to redo the length of the quarters?
everything under the sun was considered nightmare situation, knew it was coming type stuff, and then now that we've had a full sample size season, I wonder where the NHL outcry is. Where people are
where are all the NBA ratings haters now? Is that your tweet?
This is probably the most overblown story of the year, and now that the final results have come out, just seems like crickets. And I don't know why that is. But,
What are the numbers in St. Louis? You know, the place you live and work. That's some Harrison's brother Master, who's your George Washington on your Mount Rushmore.
I can imagine strong. I can imagine very strong and good. Want that to be the case. I want all sports to rise above, I love ball, and the more people who got eyes on ball, the better. I'm just saying there seems to be a real sense of hypocrisy out there.
But it is interesting, the reaction was mid-season, like instead of letting it play out and see what those ratings are. The Luka bump, I think, helped the whole league. Everybody started talking.
Absolutely. That's one of the big things. It's kind of a reality show in a way, kind of like a Real Housewives of TMA situation where the off-the-court stuff can make a major impact on the court.
You think playoff ratings could be somewhat tied to the market size of the teams involved?
Certainly.
Like if New York has got a team running deep in the playoffs, the ratings are going to be outrageous.
Now, this is regular season. Yes,
right.
But yes, playoff-wise, yeah, absolutely.
And New York's teams in hockey this year weren't very good. Chicago's not good.
Right. LA's good.
LA is, but,
You're saying the big cities are sitting this one out, so then maybe less inclined to tune in
just
to the product.
For a possible reason why
sure.
it might dip
and I'm not
bit.
saying that the NHL is at fault or changes need to be made. I'm just saying that there is a sense of hypocrisy out there.
You're saying people were ready to dance on the NBA grave.
Right. And now that the full sample size has come out, again, crickets.
In hockey, Philadelphia not very good this year. San Jose not very good. Those are two huge markets.
Yeah, no doubt.
Who's better, LeBron or Michael?
Oh, gosh.
No, I'm just saying.
Would the NBA work here?
Bengals and Pelicans.
What was that?
The NBA.
Viewership for this season is the lowest NHL viewership has dipped since the final year of the league's media rights deal with NBC Sports in 2020-2021. That season, of course, coincided with the COVID pandemic that depressed sports viewing across all properties. This is from Austin Karp. Doug, you familiar with Austin Karp of the Sports Business Journal? Okay, he says, per Karp, ESPN and ABC averaged 584,000 viewers for its slate of 48 games, a 12% decrease from last year's average of 666,000 viewers. TNT fared a bit worse, declining 13% versus last year's average. TNT's average includes Ovechkin's record-setting game earlier this month, which drew 905,000 viewers, the most watched regular season game the network has ever aired, aside from the Winter Classic. As one would expect, including viewership figures from the Four Nations would change the entire equation for the NHL. With Four Nations data included in the average, the NHL would find itself up 24% versus last season. Canada's win over the U.S. drew 9.3 million viewers on ESPN, by far the network's largest hockey audience ever.
And we had the story just last week about how attendance at games set a record for the NHL. So people are going to games like never before, but just the viewership on TV is down. Could that be
this is national games.
Right. Could that be a Netflix thing or an HBO? There's so much else to watch on TV that if you're not going to the game, it's kind of easier to watch something else.
Just like when we talked about this with the NBA ratings being down, I think it's a ton of different factors, and what you just mentioned being a major one. Yeah, for sure. But I think it's a mix of factors.
Doug, I don't know what your plans are on Thursday, but it sounds like Sharon would like to try to get in your favor as you head up this Real Housewives of TMA. She writes in, "Hey, Doug, you going to the game Thursday? Hope so. At minimum, we can chat and keep each other awake after the late start." That's Sharon in Sanibel, Clayton, Maui, and Michigan. And it sounds like Enterprise Center on Thursday at about 9 p.m.
I don't currently have any tickets.
Oh, well, that might be...
Working on getting
Just go
them.
with your film crew. Make it part of it. Just let Caruso know. Tell Caruso. It's a staging area for the show.
Okay.
You roll in with the cameras.
Yeah.
Have them kind
I'd love to go. Love going to playoff hockey games. Love it.
Well, you're going to be outside, buddy. Doing that
that's
report.
right. I have to watch from the parking lot.
Live reads.
It's kind of my thing.
You could probably get a KMOV credential, and they'd be like, "Hey, Doug, how are you? How's the show tonight?" Like, "Oh, all good, thanks."
I don't think so. It's
Jackson,
been a long time.
NBA's hot garbage. That's Graybeard. Next text. Who cares about ratings? The NBA still sucks. That's from the master of the custodial arts. Then there's a sweet, sweet Kai text. I sense a little bit of condescending tone out of Burke here. Theo explanation is simple. Maybe that meant the explanation is simple. NHL stock was higher, so a 12% fall is just reversion back to the mean, while NBA viewership falls 2% from an already lower high.
No, that's inaccurate factually. And the NFL also saw a 2% dip. Men lie, women lie, numbers don't.
Oh gosh. Mic drop, end of show.
Wow. I do. You listen.
Men lie, women lie, numbers don't.
Women wanted to be like him. Men
wanted to be with him.
That's correct.
Women lie, numbers don't.
NBA sucks ass. It's an absolute snooze fest. Go drool over a Luka dong pick. That's from Father Brown Eye. Doug, he's got that parish over in Belleville. Morning, have a great day. That's from Lisa.
You too, Lisa. That's a gem right there.
About time.
That's a gem right there.
Women wanted to be like him, and guys wanted to be with him.
You can email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's coming your way. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, this return music here. Jackson, you trying to lift everyone's spirits?
That's exactly right.
Katrina and the Waves?
I feel better about the Blues' chances now.
I'm going to say 85. I think it gets me 84 and 86. I'm going to put like 3% of my bankroll on it.
83. I don't know yours, Tim.
Yeah, I was worried that 83 was live. I knew 87 wasn't. That's why I only put 3% of the bankroll on it. You'll hear that in rom-coms when the girl finally has it all figured out. And then kind of a montage scene.
It's a big montage song.
Yeah.
It was written in 83, however, it wasn't released until 85. So I'm going to give you that one then.
Yeah, I think I get that, Doug. So I'm going to increase my bankroll 3%.
Why would you write a song and then not release it for 2 years?
Is that what Doechii did with Anxiety?
Yeah, well, that was released. It just was it was a feature and then made it into its own song. That'll happen sometimes, though. Often, like with other people writing songs for other people, you might sit on it for a little and be like, "Oh, like dust off this little number, try it out." So
does this song make you cringe a little bit, Katrina? God bless them. They mean well. Huge hit. Isn't it a little bit cringy?
I think you guys can speak to them more. I wasn't really around when it was getting a lot of radio
I'm
play.
just saying, even now, because of the movies, the vignettes, the montage.
Oh, I like that vignette's nice.
It's just kind of like maybe it's been overused. Maybe it's not their fault.
Chairman, I'm gonna request you can. Because I can picture the montages in rom-coms when it's used, but I can't think of the films. But I know it's used. So if you could, Katrina and the Waves, Walking on Sunshine, what films have used that song? I'm going to...
And can we also get a list of vignettes?
Secret of My Success with Michael J. Fox Live. I know that's a long shot play, kind of an obscure film, but I feel like that's live. I'm just picturing it, Doug. I'm just picturing it.
It says it's been in dozens of films, but the ones they list are American Psycho.
Oh, wow. That's outstanding.
Something lighthearted.
High Fidelity.
Is that the alt to Huey Lewis in the News?
And Ella Enchanted, which I don't believe you've probably seen.
I haven't had a chance to. Patrick Bateman, wonderful work in American Psycho, Doug.
Missed it.
Great film.
I think they're remaking it.
Yeah, Ryan, who's going to be the lead now?
Jacob Elordi. You remember him, of course, Doug, from Priscilla, Sofia Coppola's movie about Priscilla Presley.
Missed it.
Saltburn with Barry Keoghan and his love.
Missed it.
And what's the show called with the E? Euphoria. Jacob Elordi.
Look Who's Talking, getting a lot of text that's using Look Who's Talking. That's when Bruce Willis, John Travolta, and Kirstie Alley got together.
And there was a baby.
Yeah, and they won it by winning the Chalice.
Is that right? Is that the original Stanley Cup?
Secret of My Success. Look Who's Talking.
Michael J. Fox. That
American
sounds right.
Psycho. Longtime Companion. Bean. Moon. New in Town. I guess.
So, yeah, it's got a lot of...
Oh, that's 1985's American Psycho, Chairman, not the one with the great...
Christian Bale.
Well, now it says it is from 2000. I don't know.
What's going on now, Doug?
I don't know.
What's going on? The Dotem is coming on. And you can go sign up your foursome on Friday at 8 a.m. as TMA and the Dotem get together again for the first time in 2 years. It's presented to you by Michelob Ultra. It's May 29th and May 30th at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort. Thursday, Friday. You can play in both. You can play in one or the other. Doesn't matter. You sign up on Friday. 101ESPN.com. Is that where people will be signing up, Jackson? I apologize. I know you might not know.
Yeah, 101.
In the past, it would be TMASTL.com.
Yeah.
All right. So here's what you get. Complimentary breakfast from Donut Drive-In. Lunch from Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken. And then after golf at the after party, Texas Roadhouse on Thursday, Super Smokers on Friday, and all day long, you get your Michelob Ultra. Plus, 100 West Dental will have the closest to the pin competition. Registration opens this Friday morning at 8 a.m., and our charity partner this year is the St. Louis Hero Network in honor of Brian McKenna. That was one of the charities that Brian worked with. That is taking place this May, Thursday, May 29th, Friday, May 30th. Get your foursome together and sign up on Friday at 101ESPN.com.
How much chicken do you think our golfing walruses can eat? Like truckloads of birds?
Yeah, there'll be a lot of birds. There'll be a lot of birds brought in from Lee's. You lay a base with Donut Driving.
Right.
I would recommend the apple fritters.
Oh, yeah. Get the sugar content way up there.
That's got fruit, though.
Then bring on a
It
couple
does have fruit, exactly,
and
Jackson.
bring on a couple of hole fryers.
I like that.
Once you play 9 holes, yeah.
Donut driving, Tim. You never know quite when to go in or to wait on the side because it's getting crowded, but you don't know like the occupancy. Like, can I go in and stand behind people?
Yeah.
And you get a couple dozen to go. You know,
nice sized fritters.
Well, not for me, Doug.
No, for someone
for the parish.
I'll hit that Legrand's, and then right there to the what would you say, to the northwest a little bit. Huh? I see Donut Drive, and I say, I probably need to wash these sandwiches down with some donuts. That's what I say.
It's balance. It's called balance. It's
At the
delicious.
fire station right there, Tim. They can hose you off.
You can't hose you off.
Once again, only the media care about ratings. No fan watching or attending a game wonders what the ratings will do. That's from Kevin. He's at the lake.
Oh, I can promise you they cared when the NBAs were down. Oh, I can tell you they cared.
Papers is rattled.
I'm not trust me. Listen to these guys are the ones triggered.
This
I'm
guy's
chilling.
saying the people who go to the games don't care about the TV ratings.
Again, and I'll say again, when the NBAs were down, they certainly cared.
But who was barking about it? The media.
Oh, the nincompoops and the...
But not the NBA fans that were going to the games.
But I mean, it's like Adam Silver had to go and address it. Every coach was asked about it. It was like the biggest news story.
Because of the media, which is what they said.
Okay.
I'm saying you guys might actually
Who creates the
agree.
narratives then?
But I'm saying you might agree with the texter that it is a media story.
I don't care about ratings. I'm just saying that if you want to deny that, like, ratings now, like, oh, who cares? Let's not talk about it. Then you should have said something back in December when it was all anyone could talk about.
You're just hotter than a firecracker right now.
I couldn't be. I just played Katrina and the Waves. I'm chilling.
Okay. Well, your air conditioning better be chilling, or you're going to have problems this summer. If your
Two
furnace
great weaves from you today.
sounds like it's hacking up a lung, or your AC doing absolutely nothing, it's time to call the pros at Design Air Heating and Cooling. These guys have been around since 1904. They've seen it all, fixed it all, and they don't upsell anything that you don't need. Seth Goldcamp and his staff are total pros, zero fluff, and yes, Design Air is the longest running sponsor on TMA, which basically makes them HVAC royalty. They're the opposite of the shady guy on YouTube who tells you to replace your whole system because you sneezed on the thermostat or something. They won't do that kind of nonsense. So go to designairservice.com, book your service, and let the experts handle it. Design Air, they've been keeping us cool and warm since 1904. The website again, designairservice.com.
Sponsor of the email today. Email in yours because we're giving away 2 tickets to the Adam Wainwright concert coming up this July at the Factory. It's the Big League Bash. Win the Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Martin, you have onboarding today, is that right?
I do, and it's perfect. Today I was looking at the outline today. It says how to calm a colleague when they get worked up on the air. That is one of our topics today.
Jackson just said he's chilling.
Yeah, this is like sitting in a classroom for all this. No, this is pure gaslighting. I couldn't be more relaxed.
When colleague turns it around and calls it gaslight. Okay, I'm going to try and follow up on all of this.
Yeah, with Heim.
With Heim Bloom and onboarding.
Oh, Heim's thinking about quitting.
Time for us to take a break. Martin's heading out for onboarding. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. NBA playoffs are underway. Last night, Game 2, Pistons-Knicks. The Pistons outlast New York 100-94. Cade Cunningham with 33 points. That series is tied at a game apiece. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Everyone grab your sombreros. Don't forget the mayo. We put the stuff on everything. Our burgers and our fries. And don't forget your chicken wings. And the sandwiches are nice. They're better with the mayo. Break it down.
Burritos, Totitos, Doritos, and Cheetos, Fritos, Mojitos, and the Senoritos, Flamillos, and Trios with the jalapenos. Oh yeah. Tacos from Pacos with panchos, nachos, churros, rancheros, and some Canyoneiros. I'm out. Adios, amigos.
We put this stuff on everything. Our burgers and our fries. And don't forget your chicken wings. Help us celebrate today. This one's for the mayo.
We will be celebrating in St. Louis because on May 5th, the Blues will be getting ready to take on the Colorado Avalanche in the second round after winning Game 7 in Winnipeg on Sunday, May 4th. Hello again, everybody. You are listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN.
It's kind of how I think it will go.
7.
We'll wrap this thing up in 7, nice and tidy like. Hurt their feelings by winning Game 7 right there on Canadian ice. And then we'll come home and we'll dispatch the Avalanche. Knock them up. Or knock them up. Line them up just to knock them down. That's what we're going to do.
That'd be a hell of a story, though, if they did impregnate them.
We're not going to impregnate anyone. That's one of the joys of getting older. Sometimes things come out of your mouth. You have no idea why. Remember last week, we were talking about great Irish basketball players, and I said, Ed McCauley, he was Jewish. So how does that come out of my mouth?
Shaquille O'Neal was named as being Irish, and boy, Doug, you're not going to be happy with this audio that Jackson has on the Stiefel dossier. Jackson, you want to set this up for Doug, because this is going to be a problem.
Sure. I mean, we've all battled some gastrointestinal issues, and our friend Shaquille O'Neal might have been experiencing that last night on the Inside the NBA set. Here is a little clip from it.
Okay, sure.
To make the other thing about Kawhi is, you know, you all right, big fella? You all right? No. Catching a cramp?
Go ahead, keep talking, Chuck.
Yeah, we're on TV.
I know what we're doing. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's that olive oil you've been drinking.
I know.
Hey, take some matches with you. Hey, listen, he couldn't hold it. He can't hold it. After 40, he can't hold it no more.
That's at first.
He can't hold it.
Unless he's got something.
That wasn't something planned, was it? No,
that was not
planned. Hey, listen, he was in the back talking about he's going to drink alcohol and clear up his
No, he's been drinking the olive oil. You know what?
Olive oil and clean his gut. It's cleaning his gut.
I did not like his gait as he left. That was not a typical walk right there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen that face before.
Serious look.
I can feel it. Now he's lipping.
There was the gate. There was like, number one, drinking that water.
Oh, okay. Hey, listen, man.
Drinking that water.
Drinking
that water, huh? Chuck, stop talking so damn much.
What do you mean?
Finish your point so we can go to break.
We waiting on you, fool.
I'm sitting there like, shut the hell up and hurry up. Anyway, sorry about that, America. Number one, Ernie.
Yeah.
So you actually had to go. Usually when you're on live TV, the natural adrenaline keeps you from having to go to the restroom.
Which makes you think it was a real tsunami.
Must have been.
Yeah.
Doug, do you have a problem with that? Because I know Jackson during the commercial break was talking about listening to a program in the restroom, and you gave him really kind of a seminar on why you don't do that.
No, you don't.
But there's Shaquille O'Neal. He had to vacate the set because he had to use the restroom in an emergency situation. How do you feel about that? Would you give Shaquille O'Neal a talking to?
Yeah, no. Emergency situations are fine. If that comes up, there's nothing you can do about it.
Jackson, meanwhile, just told us that he was sitting and relaxing.
Reading a book.
He was listening to a show.
Yeah, that is You're making it a recreational thing.
Now, if I was 7'2", 350
So you think
pounds,
this is a size thing?
Yeah, I think Doug's shaking in his boots a little bit about Big Diesel.
No, I respect the emergency. If you have to run to get there, good luck.
Or be on national TV and
right.
leave.
You must really have a problem. But if you're just sauntering in there, gathering a couple newspapers to read while you're going, no, that's a recreational. You do that at home.
I like the idea of Chuck keep talking, and that Shaq has the bathroom so bad. He's like, "Shut up, Chuck! Please, I just want to go to the bathroom."
Doug, timely text here. Have you guys read the BS story about Wade Boggs drinking 72 beers on a flight and then going out after drinking 30 more? It's total BS, and it's impossible. Call this piece of crap out. That's from Larry Bird's trash truck.
Wasn't that like 40 years ago that story came out?
It was a cross-country flight. They say we drank like, 100 beers?
Yeah.
It is time for the media in this town to hold Wade Boggs accountable.
It's too late. He's played his career. He's been retired for a couple of decades now, I think. Wasn't Andre the Giant another guy who could drink
I just pulled it up.
beers?
Hulk Hogan said that Andre once consumed 108 beers in 45 minutes at the airport.
Jesus.
And the 12-ounce cans looked like the little mini cans.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that in his hands.
108 of them.
108. Like, I don't know if you could drink 108 cans of water in that time.
Gosh, no.
Your kidneys will explode.
And he died young, too, didn't he?
Sure.
Yeah. No relation to that, I'm sure.
Would you like to hold Wade Boggs accountable?
No. He knew what he wanted. He obviously survived it.
Yeah.
He wasn't driving.
It
seems crazy. It seems, especially when professional athletes do things like that. They have such a short time in their life to be a professional athlete, to try to have as great a career as possible, make as much money. The fact that you can't behave yourself just for a little while, for those 8, in his case, a little longer than that, but 5, 6, 7, or 8 years, you can't be on the straight and narrow path. You're still going to drink like that?
Now, here's what I would tell you. Here's what I think, and this is something that I think comes with age. You don't know it while you're in it. Take a listen to this, why don't you? Youth is wasted on the young.
The young, right.
So perhaps some of these players might look back a handful of years later and go, man, if I wouldn't have done that, then I would have achieved this. But while you're in it, all you know is youth, and obviously you have been the best on your teams or in your individual sport throughout your lifetime, and therefore you feel a sense of invincibility that allows you to go out and libations or the white horse.
Well,
a dollar bill with a tramp stamp.
And I'm sure it's not just athletes. There's a lot of kids in college who drink
Guys
their
on
way
HD2 radio.
drink their way right out of med school or law school. I didn't, because I was on a much more difficult course line with journalism.
That's correct. That's what kept me and Doug straight.
Yeah, off the demon rum.
Yeah, no rum for me, thanks. I've got a big journalism final.
I got to do mornings on KOMU.
That's right.
Knowledge in your 20s would be a lot less fun. Thanks, that's from the 314. Knowledge in your 20s would be a lot less fun. That's from the 314.
I don't know. Common sense, maybe.
Yeah.
I think knowledge is pretty much fun anytime. It's not the knowledge that gets you in trouble. It's the devil may care attitude, the invincibility that gets you in trouble.
Yeah.
Thinking that I'll always be 22 years old and it's never going to make me sick. I'm never going to be the one to get in a car wreck. It's that stuff that gets you in trouble.
Was it Bob Seger? And is he playing in Family Arena this Saturday?
I just don't know.
Jackson, you going to that?
Wasn't planning on it. But I do.
Or did he just play Family Arena this past Saturday? Was it Bob Seger? Was it Brett Michaels of Poison? You wear that red beret and the Talk Dirty to Me video. He said, sometimes I wish I didn't know now what I didn't know then. Think about that. Sometimes I wish I didn't know now what I didn't know then. And this all goes back to us holding Wade Boggs accountable.
Yeah.
He was at Family Arena on April 19th.
There you go.
Missed it.
Damn.
He had a
love
big
it.
farewell tour like 6 years ago. I guess he did another farewell
That's how
tour.
it goes.
Mount Rushmore, Bob Seger songs go.
Night Moves?
That's nice.
That's a good one.
That's my favorite.
And there's a
the
friend
Wind.
superstar in that music video, Matt LeBlanc.
Really?
Yeah, think about that. He also was in a ketchup commercial.
I got to think about that and Wade Boggs now.
That's correct. Well, you got to hold him accountable.
Okay.
Matt LeBlanc, you can just admire.
Martin texted us Against the Wind.
Yeah, I think Against the Wind's a nice play, too. Hollywood Nights?
I don't know if I know that tune.
Wow.
Like a Rock.
I think Like a Rock would be certainly live, Chairman.
Old time rock and roll.
Certainly one of the more popular songs. We all picture Tom Cruise in his boxers, don't we?
Yeah.
Well, I don't really.
100%.
Like
When I hear
often?
that song, 100%, that's what I think. It's a pretty famous.
Okay, I know. I've seen it. That one I have seen. I just don't think about Tom Cruise and his boxers often enough, I guess.
Nearly enough.
It was a tribute band! Jackson, it was a tribute band.
Yeah, Silver Bullet STL, a tribute to Bob Seger. So my bad. I guess my bad. I don't know. I guess that was my
You've got
fault.
some explaining to do.
I guess that's all right. Do I need to take some time?
Yes, I'd take a couple weeks.
What about Turn the Page?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought you were saying I should turn the page.
No. The song. I mean, you can too.
Yeah, I will.
So you're going to issue an apology on Twitter about it?
Oh, I think I'm just going to turn the page.
Was one of his songs in Beverly Hills Cop?
That sounds right.
Shakedown, which was the 1987 Cardinals song, Chairman. How about that? And then The Heat Is On, 1985 Cardinal song.
Cop 2.
But Glenn Fry was going to do Shakedown, but he was sick that day, and he said, go ahead and let Bobby Seger do the song, and then it became a hit and an anthem for the 1987 Cardinals.
Got it.
Think about that.
And then the Vingabus.
Yeah.
I like that one.
Bob Seger, that might have been the tribute band that did that one. I don't have that. Let's see. Hollywood Nights is the type of song to rail lines off of Doug's prison wallet. That's from Pout Pouts Lanai. I don't even know what I mean.
No, I don't either.
Means.
Never going to let that happen again.
Jackson, Fire Down Below's a banger. That's from Who's Your Daddy?
No doubt. I don't know if I know the tune. I'd like Doug. I'm poor lyrically.
Idiot! It was a tribute band.
All right, I heard you.
Okay, we got it.
Heard you. They were playing the Family Arena. I didn't know if tribute band would play Family Arena. Good on them. Clearly a lot of hits.
And you didn't go.
I didn't. I missed it. I didn't know until right now. If I had a time machine, I consider.
Then you would know, sure.
Was that because the Blues were playing that?
Oh, that's right. That's a good excuse. Yes, that's why I didn't go.
Firelink, you idiots!
Oh, Firelink?
Lake.
Oh.
Dale Grubville. You can email your Bob Seger, Mount Rushmore, the morning after at InsideSTL.com, and then you get your Adam Wainwright tickets for the Big League Bash. That's the prize, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Then you can play in the Dotem. Sign up on Friday at 8 a.m. I mean, the food and beer alone pay for itself, much less then you include the golf, and you've got yourself a pony on May 29th and May 30th at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort. Plus, Dr. Brandon Pryor of 100 West Dental is going to set up a closest to the pin competition. I guess I have to withdraw from that?
Because you're so good?
Yes.
You weren't going to say it. Yeah,
I didn't want to say it. I was going to say it probably because of being an employee, but that's probably the real reason for being honest about it. 100 West Dental's got that closest to the pin competition going on at the Dotem as well. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental. They got a great special going on right now. If you're interested in Invisalign, you give them my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental, online at 100westdental.com or by calling 636-585-0100. If you are on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner. That's going to show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100westdental.com, one of the very few dental offices that offer virtual consultations with the doctor. You might be saying, well, I don't have dental insurance. No insurance, no problem at 100 West Dental. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. They're online at 100 West Dental. And let them know you're a TMA listener. You get $1,000 off your Invisalign at 100 West Dental. The program is called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN. Oh, Doug. Here goes Vince Coleman. Here comes the Wizard.
Okay. All right.
Danny Cox with the strikeout.
Mm-hmm. John Tudor in there anywhere?
I think so.
Okay.
Terry Pendleton.
Okay. Although he didn't swipe a lot of bags. Few.
No. Andy Van Slyke not on that team.
Willie McGee was, right?
He was. Andy Van Slyke was traded before the season, going to the Pirates with Mike Spanky LaValliere in exchange for Tony Pena. And was that Mike Dunn with an E? D-U-N-N-E?
I think that's another player the Cardinals sent to Pittsburgh. He went from here to there, right?
Jackson?
Because I think he turned out to be a pretty decent pitcher there for a few.
You're speaking, of course, of Mike Dunn.
Yes.
Not
a delay tactic right
there.
there.
Well, not Spanky LaValliere. Mike Dunn. He was definitely a pitcher for the Pirates at one point.
And Mike Dunn was part of the deal, Doug, and the Cardinals just got Tony Pena in return.
Yeah. Boy, that was a horrendous trade. Horrendous. Van Slyke blossomed into an all-star, Gold Glover. Gosh. Boy, the Cardinals have given away some talent over the years.
Remember the name Frank DiPino?
Yeah.
I don't know why I remember this, but I remember him coming to my elementary school when I was a kid. I thought that was the coolest thing, but I know nothing about him.
Lefty reliever.
Well, okay then.
That's the end of the Frank DiPino story. I don't have stats or anything.
I thought there was a...
He was a lefty reliever. But, man, when you think of giving away Van Slyke and Keith Hernandez and Steve Carlton and Jerry Royce, and ouch. God,
it hurts.
bless, that was a lot of talent to give away over the years. And how many championships that might have cost them.
But then you had
They stole a few coming this way, too.
The Ozzie trade.
Yeah, Jim Edmonds.
Yeah.
Mark McGuire.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I'd give up Kent Bottenfield, though.
Yeah, well, that was okay.
Okay.
Yeah. You just kind of take the good trades for granted and
definitely
stew over the bad ones for a long time.
Yeah.
You're welcome to get involved on this program, 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the show. And then, of course, you can also participate in the YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMA. STL. It's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Doug, I don't know if it's good or bad, but we're sitting here on Tuesday at about 10:30, and the Blues are not going to take the ice for a game until Thursday at 9. Now I'm hearing like 9 o'clock. Now it's open. So if you got that, if you got that under bet, Jackson, now you're just I mean, I think, do you try to do something more with it?
I think it should be void if it's going to be 9 o'clock.
Yeah, but you already won
on the over for sure. But yeah, I'm not taking it.
You're not going to mess around.
Well, if they're going to just move the game 30 minutes, that's ridiculous.
It's something else. Yeah, your only Blues playoff home night game could be a 9 o'clock start in the 2025 campaign, unless we can get this thing to 6, brother. And then you got that Friday night, probably 7 p.m. pony show on May 2nd, the sundress game, as it's known around town.
You'll wear a sundress to that game?
The duel in the sundress. Yeah.
Would you wear a sundress if it were to guarantee a Blues victory?
Sure.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Well, you guys answered awfully quickly.
What's wrong with that? Sounds like you're getting on the verge of kink shaming, on the verge of it.
Well,
Here's Braden Shen on the team going back home and experiencing the charge of the building that has led to a 12-game winning streak.
Benches out there, it's close. We had some chances, and they were able to capitalize on their chances in the third period so far. So, they did their job at home, and now it's our turn to go to the Enterprise where we've had success and in front of our fans and do our job.
There you go.
Okay.
Boy, him and his brother were just laying the lumber on each other last night.
They were hitting each other?
Yeah, they were.
Oh, yeah, I guess I missed that one.
Brother Shen, a couple times.
Yeah.
Couple big ones. Shen is the one I feel. He's the captain. And again, I've watched a full one game. But he seems to really...
Nothing speaks to credibility during a Stanley Cup playoff segment.
Well, if I preface, at least last night, he was every single opportunity he could. He was doling out some.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. So I guess what you have to do to set the tone.
That's the leadership element of it, and it's fun to watch. And the Blues were absolutely outplaying them, which was so refreshing to see for the first 5 minutes in particular. And then there was a little ruckus at the bottom of my television monitor, and that was Jordan Kyrou, Doug, on the receiving end of Logan Stanley. And that building erupted. Because it was on the near side boards, you couldn't see it clearly. Then they showed the replay, and I'm like, oh, my goodness, of all people. I'll tell you this. I am anxious to see how he plays on Thursday. Now, John Kelly said he didn't notice anything, but the Nonling, when we were texting throughout the game, he said he thought he looked tentative. I know other Blues fans thought that was the case. Now, maybe you're just looking for it. Maybe the Blues as a whole didn't really look aggressive offensively, considering that the team wound up with one goal, and it came with a second left in the first period. But that'll rock you, and I'm sure he's feeling the effects of it this morning. And so, yeah, the 2 days off couldn't come at a better time from the Kyrou perspective.
Very unfortunate that the guys the Blues have that have really been fighting the injuries are Kyrou now, perhaps, and Thomas looks like he's a little banged up, and Holloway is out, and Parayko's coming off the injury. Those are probably the four best skaters you've got.
And then when it comes to the forwards, these are three guys who were completely healthy during the winning streak. You know, and I know it's kind of gotten a little traction. Well, look, this is what's going on with now Parayko's back. Maybe that was the problem. But Parayko's return times out with Holloway's absence. So I think it's important if you're going to bring up, you know, the Parayko, look at the team's record since Parayko's returned. I would point out Parayko's return coincided with Holloway's absence. That Thursday night Pittsburgh game, Doug, they may have won the battle, but that might have lost the war because they really experienced some injuries in that game.
Yeah, possibly
and Pittsburgh was playing for nothing, and the Blues were in the midst of that streak. So super unfortunate in that capacity. If you were feeling a little sluggish this morning, maybe you stayed up late watching that Kings and Oilers game, that could be the reason. But if you're feeling sluggish, if you're not putting on muscle like you used to, and if your libido is down, those would be symptoms of low testosterone. That is where Mentality comes into play. Mentality is a longtime TMA advertiser, and Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best, with board-certified physicians providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis all during your first visit. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. It's Mentality online at mentalityhealth.com/radio. And that's where you can go to find out more information. It's Mentality at mentalityhealth.com/radio. 10:35 in St. Louis. We'll take a break. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email today is coming up. We're giving away those tickets to Adam Wainwright's Big League Bash Sunday, July 27th for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling Email Today prize. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Hopefully your lawn is looking pretty good right about now with all the rain we've had and occasional sunshine. If you can't grow grass right now in these conditions, you've got problems. You may need to call Green Envy on an emergency basis. They will get out there and get your yard looking the way it should. Here's their number, 636-655-3689, 636-655-3689. I've had Green Envy doing my yard for 2-3 years now, and boy, it sure looks good. These guys know what they're doing. They've been in business for over a decade now. now. They use products that are formulated for the local soil, the weather conditions, and turf types. They do not use the generic, cheap, ineffective products that you might see at the big box stores. They know what works in St. Louis. They've done it for a long time now. They can get the handle on the crabgrass if that's what's ruining your yard. You got to take care of it. Green Envy can do just that, and they'll make your yard look like $1,000,000. Their website is greenenvylawns.com. They're open Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, to take your calls and answer questions. Again, the website, greenenvylawns.com.
us outside the Enterprise Center for a pep rally on Thursday as the Blues host their first playoff game since Game 6 of the 2022 Stanley Cup playoffs. They saw a Stanley Cup champion in town that year. Will they see one here on Thursday night in the fashion of the Winnipeg Jets, or maybe, just maybe, the hometown Blues?
Yeah, that's more likely.
Doug, the Blues, if you like them to win the series, you can put $100 down and you will receive $800 when the Blues come back and win this series. You're getting 8-1 on your money. How's that sound to you?
That doesn't sound too bad.
All right, well, then you ought to do it. $750. We just moved the market. Now, if you like the Jets to win the series, you're going to have to bet $1,400 to win $100.
That sounds bad.
Okay, so you're going to pass on that.
Yeah.
I got to tell you one that I'm looking at right now, right here, that I really like, and it's, I think, worth the spend. Avalanche minus 185 to win their series. Still 3 games at home. I just don't think that's the Dallas Stars that were the favorite to win the Cup a few weeks ago.
No, Stars fell apart.
And they're not healthy.
Yeah. Yeah, I would think the Avalanche will win that series.
So you want to lay the 185 to win 100? Or
I'm not a betting man, Tim.
So we'll take that. We take that 100, and then we put it on the Blues, and then we get the 750. This place is a profit center.
It
We
sure
make
is.
picks, you make money. We make picks, you make money. There you go.
The Blues are the only team that's down 2-0 right now.
Some teams haven't even played.
So odd. So maybe the odds should even be more. Maybe we should get a better odds than 1 to 8, 8 to 1.
You put down that 100 we talked about before on that St. Louis title. It just keeps going up by the day.
What are and is this just the Cardinals and the Blues? You're not including the Battlehawks?
No,
Okay.
we're at 1.5 million now.
Just for the Cardinals to win the World Series and the Blues to win the Stanley Cup.
Yep.
$100 gets you $1.5 million.
Yep. God, can you imagine that?
I guess you could light a C-note on fire.
Oh! Boom! We do have some Game 2s tonight, and we also have a Game 1. There's the Panthers and the Lightning will do battle in Tampa for their first game, while the Blues and Jets have already played 2. But Minnesota and Vegas, if I were going with a long shot play for a surprise win in the first round, it would have been the Minnesota Wild. So do with that what you will.
You gave that out on the spread zone,
I did
correct?
give that out on the spread zone. Minnesota got healthy at the right time, and I think that there might be some undervaluing of the Wild and maybe some overvaluing of VGK. So if you like that from a series play, and I know most people probably won't, and that's fine. That's fine. I get it. I don't take offense to it. I don't have these feelings that most of you have. But the Wild, as you might imagine, are a pretty big underdog. They're plus 390 for a team that is only down 1-0 in the series. Doug, if you like the Hurricanes to win their series, you're going to have to bet $950 to win 100. They've only
I'm
played.
not betting $950.
Unless you think the Devils can mount a Sunday charge.
Well,
Stanley Cup playoffs have been outstanding so far. Jackson, I've honestly not watched the NBA playoffs. How have the NBA playoffs been so far?
Not
Usually
great.
the first round isn't going to be great.
Not great. I mean, OKC and Memphis, there was a 50-point gap there. Pistons-Knicks series has been fun, but next round is when it starts to really heat up, I would say. That's when things get really fun. Although Bucks and Pacers, I think, will end up being a really good series.
I saw where the Dallas Mavericks general manager, Nico Harrison, said he didn't realize how big a deal Luka Doncic was and didn't think he'd get the reaction that he got when he traded him.
In the dossier, I've awarded him the Stan Kroenke Put a Sock in It award.
Have you really?
Yeah, I saw that in the dossier.
Yeah.
Here is the audio that Charles Barkley said he needs to stop doing press conferences.
Okay, hit the lever, please. Papers.
Okay, is that my camera right there? Okay, Listen, man, Nico Harrison, I consider you a friend of mine. I wish you nothing but the best. I thought you did a good job last year with the Mavs, and obviously whatever happened this year didn't work out. Man, don't do no more press conferences. Like, I don't even know what you're doing. I really don't. Like, I got sympathy and love for you, but I have zero idea what you're trying to do. This war is over, brother. You got to you taking the L. I hope you keep your job. I hope that team get healthy. But man, don't do any more interviews. Please don't.
There you go. It's not working.
No. But to come out and say I didn't realize how popular he was and how fans would be upset with the trade.
Wouldn't have been the strategy from a PR standpoint that I would have gone with.
No.
I think we're starting to see more and more fall guys taking the cash, saying what the owner wants them to say.
Yeah.
And maybe we can call it the Kevin Demoff handbook.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It very much
Going,
is.
okay, it's fine. I'm hated. I've got a $10, $20, $30 million net worth now. I'll go hang out on a beach. You can all hate me. I just kind of think that's what's going on. I don't think Nico Harrison was really deep down going, what? They're not going to like this?
It was really funny in the, not funny in the case of AD, but he was hobbling off the court. He was a little banged up. And the camera crew, the next move they did was cut right to Nico Harrison. I was like, that's mean.
Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today is coming up next. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Blues lose last night, go down the series 2-0 at the hands of the Winnipeg Jets. Series is heading back to St. Louis on Thursday. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 7:30, puck drops at 8:30. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Well, Doug, do you want it or not? It's up to you.
Yes, I do. I do.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and it's also on YouTube, youtube.com/TMA STL. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat. Tomorrow's program, Jackson, Jamie Rivers will be with us.
Big Game Jame.
Is that what he calls himself?
That's what I'm going to call him. Big Game. I'm going to try to get that going. Big Game Jame.
And Taylor Twellman going to be with us.
Taylor Twellman at 9, and then at 9:30, Stephen Matz.
Stephen Matz is going to be with us. Cardinals with a busman?
Yes.
They could have a twin bill coming their way. Keep an eye on a rain out tonight in Atlanta.
Twin bill.
Keep an eye on Atlanta. Okay. I don't know how they'd handle that with the busmans tomorrow.
Night game.
But they're not returning to Atlanta, I don't think.
Got it. Thursday off day, right?
Yeah.
Maybe something there, but I don't know if Atlanta has a Thursday off day.
So,
Logistic talk.
TikTok?
Logistic talk, TikTok.
Oh.
Logistics TikTok. I'm sure that could be something.
So there's your Stiefel dossier for tomorrow's program. It is time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Ow! Mount Rushmore of Bob Seger songs. The Fire Down Below, Night Moves, Ramblin' Gamblin' Man, Old Time Rock and Roll. Thanks. Who's your daddy?
Who's your daddy with a poor email?
It's a sync, though, if nothing else.
Have you ever accidentally, quote, won tickets to a charity concert headlined by Adam Wainwright? Well, I have. Apparently, I've listened to the show long enough to have stupid ideas pop into my head that I think would be funny for the Email of the Day competition. Yesterday, I didn't get to listen to the show much, but fired off a stupid email, thinking I would podcast later to see if they even read it. To my surprise, I get an email from Jackson congratulating me that I had won the tickets and wanted my information. I literally had to ask him what I won. After finding out that it was the Big League Bash, I politely declined the tickets. I would rather see someone who wants to go get the tickets. Maybe one day I will win something that I am interested in. Also, when Chairman Kurt is wearing that Padres hat, is he taking part in a Mike Schilt lookalikes competition yesterday? He would have gotten my vote. Thanks. That's from Joey Vitale's face dong.
Joey Vitale's face dong.
I don't really see the similarity on Chairman Kurt and Mike Schilt, Doug. I mean, he's got a no Padres hat today.
Glasses, I guess.
Both on the hot seat.
Doug, he has the best record in the league. Jackson's got him on the hot seat.
Hot, yeah.
Then the rest of the emails are songs. Are people just sending in songs now? So what's going on? Hey, Katie, yesterday got away from me. That's from the Cranberry Crocodile. Here's another playoff song, Brad and Weldon Spring.
Those are from last week.
Okay.
We just leave them in there.
Oh, they linger, I see.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there you go.
That's all that came in. I didn't even say
MP3 files are not eligible.
That was it? That's all the emails?
I do want to hear this song called The Truth with Tim, though. That might be something to look into.
Interested in that.
Find that. We can't give it to Face Dog. He already admitted he turned down the tickets yesterday.
Even Buck Swope stopped emailing?
No Buck, no
JV
JV golf
with not
coach?
winning? These are our two choices. One guy lists 4 songs he found on Google, and the other guy says, I don't want the prize you just gave me.
I think we should force him
so
on
I'm
him.
going to vote for the guy who doesn't want the prize. Joey Vitale's face dong wins again.
I'll go the other way, the Bob Seger guy.
Yeah, I'm going, who's your daddy?
Who's your daddy has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Congratulations to Who's Your Daddy. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Cherry Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin, Vaughn, and Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.